Can y'all hear me? Day 2, can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. Good. All right. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read some chats and read some tweets, read some chats. Okay. I'm glad y'all are joining me. Hey, Fancy Nancy, Tamalee, Jill Peeler, Treva Lavick, Trust But Document, Rad Joel, Butterfly 23, Nina Canadian, Janelle Murphy, we're Diane Wade. Y'all come on in and let's talk about this hussy one more time. I hope that don't get us banned from the algorithm because of calling her that early on. Let me go over here and put myself on. So I guess I can hide this and put me up here. I should have done my hair and got my face up here, but here I am to read the tweets as they are. So what I'm going to do is just get right into it because I know that that people are already there. I'm not sure what in the heck I've got on there. So y'all, I don't know what that is. I'm not sure. There's no telling what you're going to get when you come on here. But okay. So it looks like about an hour ago, Nate had this to say. He said, we're back in the courtroom for day 2 of the selection in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. More members of the public here today, along with reporters. Judge Berinsky is on the bench. 52 jurors have been approved for following up questioning. Berinsky says an additional 48 jurors have filled out questionnaires. Okay, so that's what he said an hour ago. Let me go over here to the, I'm going to put that little tidbit in there. I said I was. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. I may just have to read them and not just put them in there for you, but okay. Trying new things. And though 29 minutes ago, the judge says the projected start date of Brandon Boudreaux's trial will be June 2nd. Trial will be Monday through Friday, and the following week will be Monday through Thursday. Okay. So whenever the Brandon Boudreaux starts, it'll be Monday through Friday that first week, but then after that, it'll be Monday through Thursday, having Fridays off. The judge will be gone for training the following week. Okay. So 28 minutes ago, he said that course was in recess until 1:30. Okay, that's 1:32. So that's like 2 hours. So I got in on the end of it. So okay. Let's see if Trace, are you in the courtroom, Trace? Let me get my phone and see where the girls are. Y'all, not having a phone. I've got my mother's phone and my mother's right here with me, so I have a phone. I can call people. I don't have my contacts, but it's like you're missing one of your appendages. I'm gonna have to go talk to my mother. I swear she's still high on that Mountain Dew. She's in there cleaning out the pantry. I can hear her. My closet backs up to the kitchen pantry, and I can hear her. I'm telling you, that Mountain Dew is from the devil. Don't give it to your old people. Trace, I know Trace was in the courtroom, but if they're on break, I wish she would come up and join me to talk about it. Because Trace had said that he feels, Trace says that the judge feels sure that we will have a jury by this afternoon. And she says that Lori came in and looked straight through Megan Hussey, all around but at her. And she said they were testing equipment, and that he's going to turn on a TV in an overflow room for them, she thinks. And so they got to go in a witness room. She said, even if the jury is seated today, opening statements will not be till Monday. So they're not going to start in the morning, but they'll start. So y'all write it down. Brandon Boudreaux starts June 2nd for opening statements. Okay, Janelle, good, Janelle. So Janelle says that she'll be there for court the 14th and the 15th. Great, man. Oh, I can't keep my crap together long enough to get anywhere. So let's see. Let's see if Megan tweeted anything. Let's see here. So Megan said that this is her description. She said that today Lori is wearing the same black tailored jacket, a purple cardigan, and a loose pink blouse with pink buttons and pin tucks in the front. It is strange to see her, a convicted murderer with no cuffs and shackles, moving around the defense table freely. Also, an hour ago, Megan said the judge notes he introduced himself to the jury, and one juror basically accosted him, saying he had a broken tooth and is meeting with a dentist later today. The parties agreed to excuse him. Poor little man with his broke tooth. Also, Megan said that an hour ago, we're going to go through the electronics jury's responses. The jurors will be in person this afternoon. There will be 52 jurors moving forward from yesterday. Let's see how many more will come through today. The wife's boss, So Megan also said, and this is a quote by a juror, my wife's boss is the prosecutor on this case. Juror excused. Yeah, that's too close. Then 50 minutes ago, a juror is excused for emotional deregulation issues and unwillingness to look at graphic evidence. I can understand that. Megan said 47 minutes ago, we have 10 more potential jurors for a total of 62. The number will now be randomized to further disguise their identities. Okay. So Megan says 44 minutes ago, Berensky knows that there will be a bench conference that each table will have 2 sets of microphones. This is how Lori will be able to participate in those, since she can't approach the bench, the witness, or the juror. Then, I wish, let me look, who all's in this? Hey, Fancy Nancy and Lamicia, Sneaky Suspicions, Just Me, Vicky Carpenter. Does anybody know what that means, that last thing I read? I'm going to read it again. It says, Berinsky notes that there will be a bench conferences and that each table will have 2 sets of headphones. This is how Lori will be able to participate in those, since she can't approach the bench, the witness, or the juror. Throughout this process, Judge Berinsky has shown his dry sense of humor, but above all, he is fair, balanced, and impartial. He has been very patient with her. I guess this bench conference part is where they strike jurors. I'm not sure about that. Does anybody know if that's what's going to happen? Okay, here's a few more things she said. 37 minutes ago, she says, we are at recess till 1:30 local time. She also says, for Brandon Boudreaux's trial, there will be a similar remote questionnaire several weeks in advance to 300 potential jurors. Megan says 38 minutes ago, Berinsky has asked about June 2nd opening statements for the Boudreaux trials and wants to go Monday through Friday the first week, followed by Monday through Thursday. The following week is training for the judge. Okay. Then 40 minutes ago, Berinsky notes that if there is a jury seated today, opening statements and testimony will still be Monday, April 7th. Okay. I bet everybody does hope they get a few days off before this thing blows out of the water. And then also Megan says the defense counsel has a case conflict and asks for a later start the afternoon of April the 9th. Crap. So it may be, this could take forever, huh? Hi. Let's see what's going on in that chat. What's going on in the chat? Janelle Murphy. Janelle says it's hard to be back in Arizona for so many reasons, I'm sure. I do. Yes, Krisha will be there. I'm not sure when. She has not told me about her travel plans, and I have not asked her. There's safety issues about people telling other people their travel plans, and so when we need to know, she'll let us know, and she may need help with some finances to help make that happen. And that all being said, I'm gonna see if I can put her PayPal thing and Venmo thing, because these will be money that could go straight to her pocket to help her if we put these links in the chat. Oh, is Trace in here? Yay! Trace is in here. Trace, you want to come up and talk about what you saw this morning? I know you're probably wanting to go eat something and all that. Let me get this thing down. We're sitting here with the media. Oh, yeah, aren't you? Y'all are the media. What do you think this here YouTube thing is? It's media. Oh, you can come up for a minute? Okay. Well, I'll send you I'll put a link in the chat, whatever. What's the worst thing that can happen, Sid? Okay. Okay, I'm put it in the chat. for you, Trace. So I've put that. Let me go back here and see. I don't want to leave her in the back room and not come see about her. I think I need to get a new mouse. It's a shame. I've got these two computers, so I could have them both open at the same time. But for whatever reason, I don't have a mouse on that one over there. Y'all, I'm serious about when you used to having a phone and you don't have a phone. It's really weird. Like I said, I'm trying not to think about it too much. Just because I had it so long, there was a lot of crap on it that I probably didn't back up. Ah,
Hello.
hey,
Hey, girl.
is it very exciting being there?
Well, I was falling asleep inside the courtroom. It was just, they were just kind of going over some random questionnaires from the jurors, and this one has a hardship, and this one. So in the afternoon, they will actually be bringing jurors in that have kind of passed the pre-qualifications. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't have a hardship. Some of them know the case maybe a little bit. A lot of people, there's a question on there. They don't want to see pictures, gory pictures, things like that. And they check no on that. They're kind of precluded from being a juror. So, which
Well,
is
that's,
good. I mean, we don't want to traumatize anybody,
well,
But
yeah.
he said 2 or 3 times he thinks they're going to see a jury this afternoon.
Well, Trace, what about, uh, I noticed I was reading in Megan's chat. It
Yeah.
said, I mean, in her, not her chat, in her tweet, it said something about that they were going to set the tables up for pre-conference with the headsets. Is this when they like strike the things? Like, I want to get rid of that one. You're going to get rid of that one. Are
I
we?
I
Do you know
get
what?
I think it sounds like some way for them to communicate the judge. What did you think about that? Joe's right here.
Oh,
When
hey,
they were
Joe.
when they were setting up the headphones and all of that, what was all that for?
That's because when they have a sidebar, we aren't supposed to be able to hear it. So
Okay.
they play the white noise, and they can talk amongst themselves with the headphones
Okay.
without having to actually physically get up and have a sidebar.
So then that way, okay. So
Well,
there's
Joe.
headphones so that when
Okay.
there's a
Okay.
sidebar or an objection or whatever, the attorneys and the lawyer or the judge communicate that way. There's white noise. The media won't pick it up. Probably that way Lori doesn't have to get up and go anywhere. So they were testing that out today.
I just remember that at some point they got a certain number of jurors and then they started striking them. Like they would let the prosecutor could strike somebody and the defense, they each got a chance to strike people for no reason at all, just
Yeah,
because I don't like it.
they haven't gotten to that part yet. Right now they
Okay.
were just doing the ones that both agreed to, that the judge would say his concerns, this juror maybe has a hardship of whatever sort. And then the prosecutor would say, I agree for hardship for cause. And then Lori would most generally say, I agree for bias, because a lot of them would say they knew of the case. They had heard of the case. So then she would, but that wasn't those ones that you're talking about yet.
Okay.
Those were
Well,
just the ones that both sides all agreed on, the judge and both sides.
was she behaving herself better today?
Very
Like,
much.
well, good. Because yesterday you were there when she was talking back to the judge. Right.
No, no,
No.
we weren't here yesterday.
Oh, okay. Oh, my lands. Watching
Yeah.
that was just,
Isn't it crazy?
I'm just telling you, I just can't imagine. There's going to be times when she just
But,
cannot shut up.
yeah. But I mean, it was very, there was no, there was nothing confrontational about this part, it was just very easy.
Right.
The judge would bring up the ones he had concerns with, and everybody just but when she walked in, she was very happy to greet her team. And I was sitting right next to Megan, and Megan sat and looked straight at her, just almost challenging her. Here I am, Lori. And Lori you cannot not avoid someone more on purpose than what I saw. She would even look at me instead of, like she was looking everywhere around Megan,
Yes.
facing us everywhere, but making eye contact with her. And I know she had be seeing her in her peripheral vision. So that was interesting. But
It's funny how she thinks that she is like, she's hurting somebody by doing that. She's like, I'm not going to give you that, like, okay, who cares? You fool, and the same thing with like,
Megan just had this determination though about her. She didn't flinch. She didn't move. She was straight at her. I was watching her. It was just, she's like, look at me, Lori, I'm here. So I really like her. She's really cool.
That's
Tom
good.
Evans is here. We were chatting with him. Lauren and her assistant were here early on, and they just got their Google thing. What did they get today? They were so excited about. Oh, they got featured on Apple. They were featured on Apple. I guess it was a big deal. That they were very excited.
Okay.
They're featured on the iPhone on the app store or something. So
Okay.
they
might want to be
podcast.
by the middle of the afternoon. If they hadn't eaten, they'll get excited just about an apple. Just regular.
Well, no, everybody's eating. There's a cafeteria here. So, and Joe and Caitlin just went and got sandwiches. They're really good. We're watching Lauren and everybody's stuff while they went and did a thing outside. Nobody's in here. That's I can sit here and talk. They all went to do their little things outside and then I think get lunch. Nate was here. It's a casual day again. Yesterday, everybody was all dressed up. Today, everybody's in jeans again.
I saw a picture of Lauren. I noticed she had on jeans. Look, I am so old that all of the styles that are new styles, I've seen them before. They've like rotated back in.
Yeah.
No wonder.
Megan is dressed nicely. Joe has on some dress pants. But it's very casual. I think there was a row in the back. I think it looked like it could have been a class or something. I came over here, I remember during a social work class, where our teacher was a victim witness advocate here. And I had almost forgotten about it, but there was a back row of students. We got in, Lauren was sitting up front and they made her move to the back. I don't know why, because the front row is supposed to be for family. There's no family here. Oh, so it's kind of one of those things where media can be to your favor or it can be not to your favor, because they recognized her with their laptop or whatever. And they said, are you media? And she's like, podcast. So they made her move to the back. So, but then also there's area right here where I guess they're going to let 15 media seats in. And then I think you're more to your advantage if you have, if you're public. However, like I told them that I send my feed in, and I asked him if I could have my phone out. And I said, I send texts to a podcaster who is a family member. And he said, well, he kind of just like shooed me over with the media. So real unofficial. I mean, it's mostly unofficial kind of media here, with the exception of Nate and Justin, I guess. So, yeah, but it got a little boring in there.
Girl, I've been part of the media for many years. It's like because I've worked for newspapers and magazines, and nothing fun, remind you. Usually I would like, if I had got my, my lanyard with my press thing on there, it was usually because somebody was wanting me to help do something.
Well,
I want
well,
you to
we were,
volunteer to do something.
well, we were asking that guy, like, how do they differentiate between, and he goes, we really don't, or we really haven't figured that all out. But they had certain people here. They had a man and a woman who um, were here to kind of be directing the media. I think I think they were expecting more than what was here.
Well, it's kind of confusing uh, because they've said that there's not going to be a live news feed, as we understand, because nobody wants
Court
to,
TV.
to dox out the jury or have their faces,
Yeah,
known. So we don't want that to happen. So that's understandable. Uh, so I think maybe, people, I noticed a lot of people are gonna, like, I noticed Megan's gonna go live later this evening and stuff. So I'm sure that they'll all
yeah,
have something to back. Yeah, I might look at something, some of what Lauren has to say later, but I don't want I don't want to stream off of her stream while she's going live. That's
right,
not,
right.
there's like YouTube, like
Rules, etiquette.
rules and etiquette. And
Yeah,
when you first like get on here, you may not know all of them. I know I broke plenty of rules. I know, remember when I first started, I didn't realize that it was rude to go in somebody's chat and talk about another channel, or like that. You know what I'm saying? Uh
yeah.
yeah.
Some people get upset about that. Some people don't.
Well,
But I hear
I
you.
was going in other channels going, hey y'all, Krish is live. Hey y'all. I think that probably was
Mm,
not right, but I didn't know.
yeah,
I thought, y'all, she's the most important one. We got to go over here.
yeah.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
funny.
So really, Megan is the only family member that you have seen down there right
Yes,
now. Yes.
yeah. She is. She is. And I remember her saying yesterday that they don't make accommodations for Lori's family. They make accommodations for Charles' family. But she talked to them yesterday and said, I'm Charles' cousin by marriage. So, and she is.
And she is.
And she
And
is.
she is. I'm sure she feels
So,
closer to that side of the family that she's going to be sitting with than she ever felt
yeah, I
I
agree.
just imagine her looking through her like that. She's
Well,
she just thinks she's better than anybody.
but it was she had a nervous smile on her face. She was turned around talking to, she has her paralegal on the side of her, and then she has the two attorneys behind her. And so when she was talking, she was turned around talking to them, but she was clearly distracted and had a very nervous look. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
clear that Megan was like, I see you, Lori, I'm here, you know. So, yeah,
I just can't imagine that she is going to make it through more than a few days
I
of
know, like that.
arguing with the judge and other people about stuff that she doesn't know about. And clearly, the reason why she doesn't know about it is because she didn't go to school to know about it.
Yeah, but she doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like she's taking full advantage of she's got two attorneys behind her, sitting behind her.
She's looking for the ulterior thing. She's looking for some little crack, that some loophole that will jack that she can stick a crowbar in and pry the whole thing open and walk out, but it's not going to
It's
happen.
not going to happen. And she's so indignant when she talks about, and my incarceration. And it's like she thinks she's above the rules,
that singy songy way. She was
Yeah.
that same way that she talked to I don't know whether it was law enforcement or the people at the mental health place, when she was talking about that Charles had been doing stuff that he didn't supposed to do, and then so she told him don't come home, and the way she did it was so singy songy. It's like,
Yeah. That sing-songy voice, you're right.
if I it makes me want to go and study what that what is it that what that means, is, as far as person's behavior.
So this a little bit off, but so Nate came over this morning. He was kind of sitting over in a corner, kind of chatting some stuff. Justin is somewhere. He came out of the courtroom. I didn't ever see him go in. But I see this guy come up, this familiar face, and he was a local, he might have been Fox 10's investigative journalist before Justin. But he was really got into the FLDS. He wrote a book about the Lost Boys, and he has it's a really nice media voice. His name is Mike Watkins. And he walks up, and Nate and him knew each other, and I was like, the Lost Boys. And he looked, and you could tell he's been out of it for a while, because I Googled him after. But yeah, he's here. So he said, have you been in Phoenix for a long time? And I said, yeah. And I said, I have to chat you up, because, he just kind of disappeared after he was really he would do all those stories where he would go to Colorado City and they would chase him, and, just a big advocate of the Lost Boys. And that was cool to see him here.
Yeah.
So, but there's
Wow.
not very many people. There's really not. I'm really surprised. There was one woman that came, and she said that she knew the guy that rented the house out to Charles. And so she just wanted to come. She wanted to see what it was going to be like before, and she'd go pick up her kids afterward. And then there was another one I didn't recognize, and they seemed to be hidden true crime fans. And then there's me and Joe and Caitlin, and then there's a few others, but really not many. So this new courtroom is amazing. It's like big and spread out and official. That other one we were in was so tiny and cramped and a couple of rows. So this feels like, oh, we've arrived.
So that's where it's going to be, in that big courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good. Well, I'm just saying, if I was coming,
Yeah.
I would not come I would not come for, I would not come for the juror. I'd probably come after
Right.
that. So,
Yeah.
right. So I can see that it's going to really pick up.
Next.
And
yeah.
it's really going to pick up.
Yeah. And so today, that's why they were showing us where the media line is going to be. They'll get 15 seats. The family, of course, will have their seats, and then the rest will be for the public. So you're kind of better off if you are public. However, it's like the guy said, the 16th media person can always go into a public seat. So I don't know that it's going to matter all that much. But this afternoon, that's what I'm not sure. We're all in line here to go back into the courtroom. They're bringing in 61 jurors. There are 62. There's 80 seats in there, because I counted, because there's 8 rows of 5. So that would be 80. So there's going to be about 18 seats left over. So we'll have to see who gets them. And then was I mishearing the judge when he said that they would open a room with TVs? Okay.
I know I heard that, but I might have heard it from you. So
Yeah. Have they show? Oh
let's
yeah,
see.
that was me. Yeah. So was that
I'm
today
looking.
that they're going to do that?
The media only gets.
Oh. Oh, so that's probably where Justin was.
No, Justin was next day.
Did he sneak in at the end?
Sometimes they don't let people.
Interesting.
you know, over here, I don't, as I say this, I have not been in a courtroom in 5 or 6 years. So let me knock on wood before I even say this. But
Right.
the last time I was in a courtroom in Tennessee, you had to leave your leave your phone in the car. You could not even bring it in there, and in the courthouse, and and in Memphis, you can't even bring. You have to leave, like they have lockers.
They they are not so I went in, it says there's a sign. Was that sign a general sign about turning off your phones? Was that at the other courtroom too? So there's a sign. They have one on the door, they have one in the front row. It says turn off your cell phones and devices or or you'll be asked to leave the courtroom. So I turned mine off. Well, clearly laptops and stuff don't apply to that because and I'm sitting there during the court and I'm like, okay, well, laptop is a device, but so then I
I
look
think
around and
they mean don't have notifications or a sound going on.
yeah,
That's
and
what they're talking.
maybe it's more about the cameras. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm sitting there and I'm looking around and there's a court staff there has got his phone out. There's a couple other people. So I got my phone out. I'm just like, well, I guess if they tell me to leave, they'll tell me to leave. So but I will. Um
I think as long as you're not taking pictures or video and
exactly. Yeah.
are recording something, you're not.
And
Go ahead.
and they might be a little more strict about that this afternoon because in this afternoon the jurors will be in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I might not risk it, but I also don't think I'll be falling asleep this afternoon. This morning.
Good
Um,
heavens.
it was just we got here very early because we weren't sure how the process would work.
Yeah.
And we weren't sure. They just said various things yesterday that led us not to believe that only a few might be allowed in, or weren't sure if it was the morning or the afternoon or all day. That because at one point he said he wanted the courtroom sealed. Did you hear him say that?
Are you talking to Joe? Because
No,
I
I'm talking to
didn't.
you.
Well, of course, I was I didn't see that in any of the tweets that I read, but that didn't mean just because I didn't see it that somebody didn't say it, because
Yeah,
they don't always get all the details. It's
right,
kind of it's kind of interesting to read the different ones about you know that different impressions and the way they word things. And
right. Yeah. So, this room
well,
right, this room right in front of us, Lori's attorneys went in there. I'm wondering if she's in there. I bet she is. I bet they're having lunch with her.
she's probably having her a frozen dinner.
Her, her peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
That's
So
probably like
I'm trying not to talk too loud so I don't.
get in trouble.
Hmm. Yeah,
Wow. Wow.
but
Okay, so they're hoping that they will. So in the end, they should
yeah,
have 12 jurors,
and
and
four
is it go
alternates.
and 4 alternates.
Yeah,
And they've
and
got 62 right now, and they're going to try to get some more. Or they're going to start striking.
they've got 62 live bodies coming into this afternoon, and the judge said several times he thinks they'll seat the jury this afternoon. So, and he went down and greeted them this morning. He said, thanked him for being here. Uh, I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see. And then
Wow.
the opening arguments will still open or still be Monday. So,
Well, that's kind of good.
yeah. Yeah.
That'll get,
So,
and Lori will get to do her opening statement too, or
she came in. I didn't get it. I was so busy watching the interaction, the eye contact between her and Megan. But her clothes looked kind of outdated. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't get a good. That's not my first thing that I look at. Like some people, that might be first. What was Lori wearing? That's not really where.
well, when you think about it, Lori hasn't went to buy clothes to go
I know.
someplace in about 6 years, so she would have outdated
Mhm.
taste. Would be the last things that
She
she
probably
would,
does.
Yep.
So,
Crazy ass woman, I
I
swear.
know. I know.
I just couldn't believe she was talking to the judge that way, and
Couldn't-
she's not. I mean, objection my butt.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what to think. But today so
who
far,
who
you know,
has the controller to the desk? Do you know
who has the what?
who has the controller to the vest?
Oh, there was a guy from the sheriff's
Okay,
department that
okay,
sat kind of right back in the corner, and that must have
and
been his job. Yeah. And there was just one. I know that yesterday there was some talk about they could have more than one if they chose to or whatever, but there was just one. So,
I saw a case. I don't even know what it was about. I don't know where it was about, but there was somebody. I don't know what they were in court about, but the family started fighting. They all just crossed that little swinging door thing, went
yeah,
on up in there, and all went to brawling. So I
there's no,
can
s-
see.
there's no, is there a gate or anything that separates the, where Lori is and everything from the seats behind it? There's just an opening. There's no little swingy, there's no gate thing that swings back and forth. No.
Well,
Like Judge Judy.
yeah, the places I went, they did have that.
Yeah.
So,
No, they've
but
had those in some other courts. Yeah.
but my point is even if the person is not going to escape or whatever,
They still have to.
sometimes a
Yeah.
lot of people in the courtroom will act a fool. I don't know
Yeah.
who would act a fool that way for her, but
Well, you never know. Okay. So, what else? I was going to say something else too. Oh, so this afternoon that was, and they have two desks. Like I was telling you, Lori and her paralegal are in the two attorneys behind her. So they were behind. So I really didn't get a good chance. But when they come back in, I want to look and see if I can see. Can you see that belt thing or whatever? Can you tell that? You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I just didn't get a real good uh, view of what she is wearing or anything. So that'll be interesting. I'm going to try and look for that.
when you saw the lost boy guy, did you tell him about your newfound knowledge?
No,
You know,
there was a lot of people when I ran into him again on the way out, and I go, I got to chat with you, and he goes, yeah, I'm going to
yeah,
be around because I
we
want
may
to.
be cousins.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh no, I didn't tell him about that. That's so funny. Oh, and then Trina, that's what I wanted to tell you guys. I love her. I have so much respect for her. There's just something about her. I just really like her. She is doing this alone. She has at her table, she has her paralegal, I believe, and she has one of the detectives from, we think, Chandler or Gilbert, one of them that Lauren recognized because he apparently testified in both of the Idaho trials. Big, tall guy. And that's who she's got sitting there with her. She is
So
a one-man show.
Oh, so she don't have the whole gang
Nope.
like
Yep. She does not. Just her and her and her. So she's so calm and professional. And every time she walks past, I'm just like, kudos, girl. We don't want to say anything because everybody's trying to be professional and stuff.
let me mute this microphone. I don't know what in the world my mother is doing in there.
Uh-oh. Well, I probably should not stay on too long because
Okay.
StreamYard
Okay.
really drains my battery, and I forgot to bring my little
Okay.
power charging pad.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we don't
So,
want you to get stranded without being able to communicate.
no, no,
Also,
because
yo,
I'm gonna message you guys from in there.
oh,
We're gonna get a seat, and I'll message you guys the updates.
okay, and you go get something to eat.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you. Love you guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. That was nice. Wasn't that nice that she came up? Let's see what we got going on here. Hey, Elizabeth Jones. And Love Always in Laster. Trina K is a perfect contrast to Lori. Yes, she is. And that judge, too. Am I? Oh, yeah. I'm making sure that I'm unmuted. I swear I do not know what she's doing in there. It sounds like she's using a hammer and putting nailing things in a wall. If you haven't already, please like this video. It will help it in the algorithms. Let me see here. Y'all just hang on and let me see what I can see. I'm glad you can't. She said, it's my closet. You know how sometimes closets are by each other. My closet and the laundry and the kitchen pantry closet are next to each other. And it's an old house. Facing different directions. So I'm going to go see if anybody's tweaking. See if Megan is tweeting. How about Nathaniel? Let's see. Nothing new from Brandon. I'm not showing y'all anything. Yeah, I'm going to show you how cute that Lauren looks today. Don't she look cute? She's got on her jeans. We need more thumbs up. Oh, yeah, we do. We need more thumbs up. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Justin Long, you got any? Okay, Justin does have something to say. Justin Long says he is supposed to rotate out in June and July, so the perfect time for a trip to the Bahamas. I don't know. It's like I think Justin might have meant that message for somebody besides me and you. Okay, and this Kathy Rusan lady, who also she works. She's a news for, I guess, for Fox 10. She says, I'm shocked they could get to the Lori Vallow Daybell case in by today. There's no way that I would have predicted it would go this fast. However, the judge has said opening statements will still be on Monday, April the 7th. And there's our Lori before she got the good hairdo stuff that she's been putting on over here. Okay, this is Chandler PD said the lead detective Nate Duncan was at the prosecution table. So that's who I'm gonna put that in chat, because that is one of the things that Trace told us, was that this guy was helping. Am I not sharing my screen? So I guess it's another hour. I don't know if y'all want to listen to me talk for a whole another hour. Let's see if I can find us an interview to watch while we're waiting. How about that? Let's see. Y'all hang on. Stay with me. Let's see here. Megan Connor. I'm just seeing if there was anybody. I guess we could show part of Lauren's and
trial, Lori Vallow Daybell trial.
so I'm gonna put her link in the chat in just a minute. But I want to give her credit. That is not what I meant to do. Y'all hang with me. It was way more stuff than I meant to do. No, I think I watch it this way.
Is my mic working? Not just day 2 for the Lori Daybell trial jury selection, but day 2 that I'm using a mic for my phone lunch live. So I want to make sure it's working still. A lot of you.
So this is Lauren Mathias from Hidden True Crime, and she has been in the courtroom today, along with Nate and Justin and Megan Connor, also Trace on the case, and Joe Schmo, as well as Caitlin, are all have been in the courtroom this morning, And so I don't want to watch. I don't want to use up all of her. I want y'all to go and watch Lauren later. But we're going to watch a little bit of it. But I don't want. I'm trying to give her credit. Is what I'm trying to say, people. I'm not trying to steal her content. We're just so excited because she's there and the trial's there, and so here's her link for later. And
A lot of you made fun of me for looking like I had like hair on my chest. So I put it under my shirt, but
what?
hopefully it works out okay. So it is lunch. I was in the courtroom. Let me tell you what's going on. There are some interesting things. Lori was once again wearing street clothes. She was in a black suit. She walked in. She didn't say much today, or she didn't say much this morning. So what's going on is right when the judge walked in, just to remind everyone, we left off yesterday with jury selection having 52 jurors that are going to move on from the questionnaire. And the first thing that Judge Boreski said was, hey, by the way, we have now 48 more questionnaires that have been filled out. So we have 48 more questionnaires that we need to go through. Oh, 1 second. No, it's facing me. Sorry. A security guard was concerned that I was filming the courtroom, the court over there, and I had to explain that it's on me. So, understandably. So, where was I? Okay, so we had 52. And now we have 48 more questionnaires, and that's what we covered this morning. Is they went through those 48 additional, so 100 altogether, right? Well, out of those 48 additional questionnaires, they went through them, so no in-person jury voir dire today. 10 are going to now be questioned in person. Of those 48, 18 of them of this.
So Lauren is explaining how they're doing the jury selection, and we're so glad she is. I'm going to move along because I don't want to use it all. Like I said, we're just so glad she's there. But
Is the most fascinating thing. For those of you that remember, for the Idaho trial, Lori's Idaho trial, 2 weeks, 2 weeks to seat a jury. We're on day two. Day two, and the judge is saying we're gonna have a jury by the end of today. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. And then he said that opening statements for the Lori Daybell trial Monday, this Monday. I'm here in Phoenix. If we have a jury, just so you know, seated today, and opening statements are Monday. I actually plan to be here because I didn't know that. So my plans are I'm going to be here, and we're gonna show you a lot in Arizona. We're going to be bringing you a lot of podcasts, a lot of information, a lot of interviews. McSpunky, Lauren Snack Fun, thank you.
let's go.
You guys know Way to a Girl's Heart. I also want to say that I met our hidden gems, Jackie and Rachel, today. They were so nice. It was so good to meet both of you. And then other podcasters that are here covering. YouTube channel Joe Schmo is here. Megan Connor is here. A Trace on the Case. She's a moderator for Crush's channel, Difficult Research. She's here. Um,
Yay, y'all got a call out. My people got a call out. Trace got a call out. Megan got a call out. Joe Schmo got a call out. Way to go, y'all. Okay, let me get back over here. I'm trying to have some by the way, I think Lauren does a great job, so that's my commentary and lack of criticism for that. So let's see what else she has to say.
there have been a lot of people here covering this case. Of course, Nate Eaton is here, Justin Lum is here, a lot of local reporters are here. That's sort of, I think, the crowd that's here. And then, of course, those that are local to Arizona did show up today for jury selection. And again, we're going to be going back in about an hour. We have a longer lunch because, again, they're getting the jurors ready to go in, and there are going to be fewer people allowed back in this afternoon. Sorry about the car alarm. I guess. Oh, I did. Oh, did I say April 2nd for Brand Reserve? Media first come first serve, but 15 seats reserved. Local media is the same as podcasters. Oh, and then this afternoon there will be fewer people allowed in. In fact, there might not be any room for the public this afternoon, may or may not be, because you're going to again have about 60 jurors in there. They'll be in the jury box as well as sitting in the gallery, and they might even take up half of the media seats. So we'll see if we get in, but that's the latest. And again, the judge has been very strict. Like, we are not allowed to really broadcast much later today, but I'll bring you anything that I can and keep you posted. I think I hit the most important points. Lori didn't talk much today. Not much. Anything I missed? I think that's it. I think. Oh, headphones. This is interesting. So when there's a sidebar, you have white noise machines that go on, so the gallery can't hear what attorneys and the judge are discussing. This is pretty common in all trials, at least that I've been to. The white noise machine goes on to sort of quiet the noise and give privacy. The attorneys go up to the judge and they all converse. Thank you, Susie, for gifting a Hidden True Crime membership. We are going to have trial emojis starting on Monday, so get ready. And thank you. And they'll be there for all of our members to use. So in this case, they do the same thing. They put the white noise, but they tested headphones today. So rather than the attorneys having to go up to the judge, they just put their headphones on and converse with the judge and the prosecution and the defense from their desks, so they don't need to actually get up and go to the side for a sidebar. They get to stay seated, and so they were testing the headphones today. Some of them weren't working, some of them were. So they really are preparing for sort of this opening day of opening statements. So that's the latest. The way the gallery is seated, we do see the back of Lori and the back of the attorneys. I mean, I try to sit to the side so I can see like an angle, but I don't know how Court TV's camera is going to be set up and what that's going to look like. But again, I will be in the courtroom every day bringing you the very latest. We will be streaming it here.
Very good. Yikes. Can y'all hear me now? Yes, you can. Okay. So that's very exciting. And let's see. Trace sent a message. Let's see, where's Trace? I don't even. It might have been it. Oof. So Trace says that Lori and her lawyers are in the room next to where they are. They can't hear them talking, but she's seen the lawyers come out. Oh my gosh, I'm sure Elizabeth, you're the one who's from Australia, aren't you? I know I would love your accent. Thank you, Lamasia. Okay, we'll see you later, Lamasia. Okay, Trace is saying that I'm telling Nate how impressive it all is. Those Emmy had chatted with, and he gave me a 7 questions with Emmy pen. Oh, look at you, Trace. Lamacia says she's out for a while. Okay. E. James says Rombo. So I mean, like professional care center. So it's hard to say politely. I don't know what's available or affordable where you are. Hasn't been electrified as yet due to an upgrade. Talking about her vest or something we're doing. So let's see if anybody's tweaking. I think I'm gonna call this twerking instead of tweaking. I mean tweeting. However, I'm saying it wrong. Lord help us. Okay, so you know what Nate's doing. Nate. So Nate says the judge is working out tech issues. Make sure that I'm not. Lord, lost my window. No, I'm not. Let's see. It's the Zap report. I feel like I've got the Zap report on my head. So it probably will. That's kind of exciting. Justin Lum. I think Megan made another video. Okay, now Megan. So I'm here. I'm just looking for our next little thing. Our next little thing. So it looks like it's going to be a while. So let's see. We could finish watching that interview with Rachel Smith. We did not finish watching that yesterday. So let's stop right here. I'm not sure how far we got in this. I'm going to ask y'all. So, would y'all like to, while we're waiting on them to get back in the courtroom and start tweeting, would you like to listen to the rest of the interview with that Justin did with Rachel Smith? We started it yesterday. Let's do that. And I'll be kind of waiting. It's like, are we ever going to get to hear that lady's whole?
But it started with jury selection. What was that like, trying to find a pool of jurors that would be fair and impartial in a county where the crimes did not occur?
Justin, jury selection is hard in any murder case involving children. However, in the Lori Vallow case, there was an added layer of complexity. The media coverage, the public interest in the case, and the extensive search for the children created an environment where jury selection required the court and then the parties to review over 1,800 people. The jurisdictional size of Idaho and Boise in particular greatly increased the number of people who needed to be interviewed. It was one of the most complex voir dires that a prosecutor will ever have to do.
And I remember some of the questions. I mean, the questions had to be very specific. And I know that there were some people who had heard of the case, but maybe they weren't too sure about the information, but they'd seen the headlines about what had happened and how, you know, JJ and Tylee had been found, big headlines, national headlines, but they just didn't know the facts of the case. that's where it gets kind of gray. Take me through that process when you're dealing with someone who just knows a little bit.
Well, when you're dealing with questions involving someone's review of a case, what they call is pretrial publicity questions, the court does an initial screening where they answer questionnaires. And those people who say they know a little bit about a case will then be questioned more extensively. You first ask and find out what their source of information is. And then once you know the source, then you question them specifically about what they saw, whether they formed an opinion as to the person's responsibility or lack thereof, and whether they can put that opinion aside. So you do some foundational questions with jurors to educate them on the importance of fairness, the importance of judging the case based on the facts only heard in the courtroom, and then you evaluate their response. And as a prosecutor, you evaluate their response, but the court is also doing that, as is the defense. And so when their responses are satisfactory, then they move on to the next stage.
And I'm sure you probably still remember some of the faces of that jury that was finally seated and speaking to them face to face and trying to tell this story, and through witness testimony. And all these witnesses come from different backgrounds, different ages, they're different people. Obviously, in the jury pool, you may favor someone that you want in the pool, and someone on the team may say, no, I want this person. And then you have the defense. I'm curious to know if you have insight on just what Lori was wanting. It felt like we didn't hear a lot from her in the first trial, and maybe it's because we're comparing to now where she's representing herself and very vocal.
Right. Well, we could tell who Lori wanted. Lori's very expressive. Her face would light up. She would make eye contact with certain jurors, predominantly men. And
I think we did listen to this yesterday. But yeah, she light up when she would get the men in there. Does that surprise anybody? Love always. Ann Lester says the jury will see through Lori immediately, in my opinion. She lost touch with her flirty self now. She comes off as condescending. Yeah, I think you're right. So let's listen to a little more of this.
And when she would make eye contact with them, she would attempt to get them to engage with her. It was pretty obvious what she was attempting to do. Lori has survived a long time throughout her life by manipulating and getting people, but in particular men, to do what she wanted. And so she applied those exact same tactics in jury selection in Boise.
And that is
I
so
can hear you
fascinating
in
that
there.
you say that, because we've seen so much evidence through Chandler and Gilbert, Idaho. I mean, you studied it. You were going through all of this discovery with your team. And so you talk about someone who now you can say is manipulative, charming, and has a certain way with people. How obvious was that? And how long did it take you to pick up cues and expressions? I mean, you're studying the person that you're about to try. I mean, what was that like?
Evaluating Lori Vallow Daybell was a long-term project for the entire team. Trying to figure out how to approach her, how to handle it, what if she was available for cross-examination. We spent a lot of time listening to her jail calls. The team, the investigators in particular, listened to scores and scores of calls. And so we walked out of that discovery process, that pretrial preparation process, pretty informed as to what made Lori Vallow tick. So going into trial, we looked for those actions by Lori in the courtroom, and they were very consistent with the actions I think we've seen publicly, even most recently in her interview with Keith Morrison. That will be hard for Lori to turn off in the courtroom. It is very likely that she will behave in the same way.
And she gives it away, right, with body language and her expression whenever she reacts to something. What do you foresee as challenges for the court in finding a jury within this week. They seem to be confident, and I'm talking about the judge, thinking that opening statements can begin on April 7th, a week from now. Obviously, population is much bigger in this county, but what comes to mind for you?
The challenge for the prosecution and the court in the Lori Vallow case will be to get jurors that haven't formed an opinion. The advantage that the people in Maricopa County have over what Judge Boyce and
So that's one thing that I think that Arizona and Phoenix and that area is so much larger. It has so much going on that maybe the crimes weren't as shocking. I don't know. But for whatever reason, people are not just going around talking about it all the time. Uh-oh. So well, heck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Is that is that Trace has said that people don't just go around talking about this all the time. It's not like everybody knows about it. And also, Nonsense, another channel that Christian collaborates with sometimes, she also lives in that area, and she said that it's the people are not talking about it. So maybe that's why they're having an easier time seating the jury. Okay, I'm gonna go back and turn this on some more. I'm trying to give a little commentary so we don't get in trouble.
and the prosecution and the defense had in Ada County, Idaho, is they have a much larger population. So it and given the increased size that is involved in Maricopa and Phoenix, the court should be able to pull in and use questionnaires to narrow down the number of people who actually have to be questioned. This is a very experienced judge. This is a very experienced prosecutor, and they will know and understand how to get as many people screened quickly and then narrow it down for this case specific, law specific questions. It wouldn't surprise me if they're able to get a jury this week, given the experience. But only time's going to tell us. We'll see what those questionnaires come back with. We'll see what those jurors come back knowing and understanding, and whether they can commit to following the law.
And we know that in these questionnaires, they're straight up listing Lori's name as a defendant and victims in Idaho, just to weed out anyone who knows these names. And she had mentioned, and I don't know if you're surprised, she had mentioned in court that some people may say they don't know a thing about it just so they can get into that pool and be a potential juror on her case. I mean, does she have a point there that somebody would really want to be a part of this and lie on a questionnaire?
Yeah, yes, she does. There will be people who may not lie, but they will downplay significantly. There were times in Ada County when we were reviewing the jurors.
Just think about that, y'all. Think about that. I mean, I know I'm nosy and, I want to see justice and all that. That's a pretty big commitment to have a 6-week commitment to, you know what I'm saying, just to choose to be on a jury, try to get it. Instead of them picking you trying to pick the jury. It happens, I'm sure, but anyway, let's go back and listen to some more of this.
For Lori's trial there, where we believed the people were downplaying to try to get on the jury. And so one of the tactics that the entire team used, and there was an investigative team that worked extremely hard on this, we pulled the jurors' social media and went back through looking to see whether they had liked or followed anything, whether they had looked at or liked or joined any of the groups involving the search for the children. So there was an extensive amount of behind the scenes work done by the prosecution and in particular, the law enforcement investigation team. Every single juror's we only use the public records, were reviewed and looked at to see if we could find any evidence that they were not being truthful. And fortunately for us, the jurors that were selected, there was zero evidence that they had been anything other than truthful with us.
So that's interesting how social media has become a tool for you guys to really vet people and see who's, talked about this, commented, or shared anything.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Arizona, these people that they're going to have on the jury this afternoon, if they're going to go look at their Facebooks and see what they're posting. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Trina K, is that it right? Trina K has the people to help her do that, to go nosing around in everybody's. I think it was probably a good idea. Okay. So we do think that they check all these people's social media. That's something I wouldn't have thought of that. I would not have thought of that. Okay. Well, let's go back and let's listen to a little more of this.
Through the media. It just makes me wonder, what would it have been like to have this in Fremont County with such a smaller rural community that was so tied and so personally involved and emotionally invested in a case? I know that would be very hard.
Well, candidly, I think with the number of jurors brought in from Ada County, if we had brought in the same number in Fremont, I think we could have done it.
Wow.
Because one of the advantages that Fremont had in terms of vis-a-vis Ada County was they didn't have the level of media market saturation. We reviewed and had experts pull for us media market saturation in both counties. And because of the location and the more rural nature of Fremont, they didn't have actually the level of media market saturation that Ada County had. So I think if we had pulled the same number of people in Fremont, we absolutely could have come up with a fair jury. But the judge, in granting Lori Vallow's motion for a change of venue, shut down any criticism from an appellate court on that issue. So while it was frustrating and extremely expensive for the people of Fremont, long-term for the case, for appellate purposes, it was the right call.
All right, now I want to talk about her representing herself and being in the shoes of the prosecutor. What sort of landmines are you trying to avoid, and what are the challenges when you're going up against someone who is representing themselves and doesn't have that experience that you do?
A pro se defendant representing themselves is one of the prosecutor's worst nightmares. Normally, when there are two equally positioned adversaries involved in a case, both sides can use their skills, rely on the rules of evidence, and have a fair sort of debate, fair sort of contest in the search for the truth. When the pro se litigant is there, the prosecutor really has to take a step back. They have to be extremely patient. They pull their punches. You don't object to every single thing because you can. You watch very closely for the jury to make sure that the jury doesn't think you're picking on the pro se defendant. And so pro se cases are one of the most challenging for both the court and the prosecutor. You're going to see this week these coming weeks, a very patient judge, a very patient prosecutor. And it's not because they're rolling over, it's because they're protecting Ms. Vallow's rights and they're protecting the case on appeal.
So we could see this trial go even longer just because you're going through this process with her for the first time and you're making sure.
Wow. So that means that I'm thinking that they're going to have to shock her to get her shut up. And in fact, the fact that she's pro se is going to make them put up with her more and more. I know it is really hard to watch these criminals get treated so much better than their victims ever could have gotten treated at any times. It's so disgusting. But I'm guessing that is how justice works. And it's important for it to happen that way. But good grief. Okay, let's let her keep talking.
Making sure that her rights are protected.
Yes, when a pro se defendant is involved, any case I tried is always longer. You have to be careful. You have to make sure that in some respects, it's frustrating because you almost act like a second defense attorney. You make sure all of your evidence is admissible. You make sure your questions are squeaky clean. You double check and often simplify your case to avoid any issues that could result in an appellate court thinking they're being treated unfairly.
Now I have to ask you this, since you looked at all of this evidence and you guys were able to, you the prosecution were able to bring in witnesses from Chandler PD, Gilbert PD, basically a lot of Arizona evidence came in. So you know these cases very well. Would you say the Charles Vallow case, that murder conspiracy case, is just as strong as what you had in the respective Idaho case?
The Charles Vallow murder case is just as strong as the Idaho cases. We were allowed to use some.
There it is. I know a lot of us have had that question. Is this case, is the evidence to a prosecutor same as tight as the one in Idaho? And here they're saying that it is. So that's a good thing. Y'all, I'm going to turn this back on and I'm going to let Brutus out for just a minute while this video finishes playing.
But not all of the Arizona evidence. And if you think about that, that's right and fair. We filed a motion that was heard before the case was heard and before the public could hear it, where the court narrowed and allowed in some things, but not all. That is the way the case was focused, because it was focused on JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. That's what that case was about. And so to the extent, from a legal point of view, Charles's death was relevant. It was part of the conspiracy, part of her plan, part of her need to operate, for money, power, and sex. And the court allowed that in. But Charles's case in Phoenix is going to be about Charles. It's going to be about the conspiracy to kill Charles. And so you will see different evidence. You will see evidence very focused on Arizona, very focused on the planning and the discussion that went back and forth between Lori and Alex. You will probably see way less about Chad. And so this case in Arizona, while having a connection to Idaho, will be very and rightfully focused on what happened to Charles Vallow.
And we're going to learn so much through his voice in a way. I mean, body camera video, phone calls, text messages. It's clear that this was someone who was trying to remedy a situation with his then wife and get her help. And he was also at the same time being cheated on. So that's definitely going to play to the jury, I think, as someone who is an innocent man, a father, a brother, a husband who was trying to get her help. And how much will we see of her talking about him as a dark spirit and calling him different names and Nick Schneider and this and that and doing energy work on him? How do you explain that to a jury that is not used to this system we were introduced to in the Vallow Daybell world?
Given some of the people on the prosecution's witness list, they're clearly going to get in and touch on some of it. That's a trial strategy call. I don't know how deep they're going to go, but clearly it's going to come up because some of those witnesses on that list, which were not used in Idaho, have direct evidence on those statements, on that idea. And so we will see that the coming weeks. We will see that Lori's use of religion was convinced people of the evilness of Charles Vallow. Lori's use of those doctrines and principles were part and parcel of her committing and convincing Alex to act at her behest. So statements of a co-conspirator, those people who are plotting together, come in. So we will hear Lori's statements to Alex, Alex's statements to Lori, and Lori's statements to Chad, and vice versa. And all of which are part and parcel of that dark spirit.
It's going to get very interesting in the coming weeks. Rachel Smith, thank you so much for your insight.
Wow. Wow, y'all. So that answers some questions we had too. That those messages to and from all of them will be in to tell the story. That's some things I had questions about. Let me see if I can get these things down now off of here. Well, you know I'm not Justin Lum. Hide that one. And hide that one. Okay. Now then, I think, oh my gosh, are they back in the courtroom? Is anybody? Let's see. Share this tab instead. There's Lauren. Nope. I should be going back in there. Let's see. Let's look at my chat. Trace is in. I don't know why I'm looking all around, and Trace is right in the courtroom. Probably. Let's see. Yep, KJ, you were on that about what those about those statements and those emails being brought in. You can't talk about it without it. So I'm looking to see if all right, well, let me share this and see if we do have any new business. I guess not. Let's go back over here to our own personal chat. Hey, look at there. Difficult research is in the house. How you do, difficult research? How you doing? Driving, but listening. Okay, that's good. That is good. Well, we're trying to keep up with this, and so it looks like that they're hoping that the jury will be set. And then, yes, I'm sure Megan did have a live, and she's also going to have one later this afternoon. I'm sure it's going to be very good. It's very exciting that, and also, Krisha, Trace got a call out from Trace and you because she said Trace on the case, the moderator for Krisha at Difficult Research, gave Joe Smo a call out. Yes, Lauren said that the judge would have the jury seated by the end of the day. That is great. That is great. Yeah, we're really happy about that. I can't believe it. I'm guessing, well, because the people don't know about it as much. Small towns do talk. Yeah, because it wasn't even, now that I think it, they moved the trial and they still talked about it. Look, I've already told y'all, they're never going to stop talking about this. Nope. No, they're not. Okay, let's see what these people are doing over here. I'm hoping they'll get on with this jury thing. See what Justin's doing. Okay. I don't think this was meant for me still, Justin. Justin says 55 minutes ago he's supposed to rotate out in June or July, so that's a perfect time for a trip to the Bahamas. Okay. That's an excellent idea. Let's all go to the Bahamas. Here's a little interview with, I saw Kay. It must be so strange seeing these little, seeing your family on the news and on all these videos. It's got to be the strangest thing in the world. Does it ever get where that it doesn't shock you to see your mother on TV? I can't imagine. So it is, Donna. No, it's always freaking work. That's what I'm saying. I know it must be to see your, like, I saw your mother there. It's like just to be randomly looking at the news or something. There's your mom or your uncle or anybody in your whole family just on a regular basis. I just can't imagine because well, I'm not going to tell you how I relate to that, but just let me say that part of my name is in the news a lot. And it always freaks me out when I see my name written in 150 font places. I'm like, whoa, got to get my name changed back. Yeah, I could see that. Adam is on the witness list for both sides, says Northwest. Well, that makes sense to me because I think he was kind of both sides. I mean, I don't mean anything. I think that he was, I'm not trying to let him off, but I'm sure he was confused. Oh, I'm going to talk about this for a minute while I'm waiting for these people to get into the. I know we've talked about WordWise before. We've talked about WordWise before, and that's the lady that does like book reports, and she talks about, like, she's talked about Chad's books, and she's talked about Visions of Glory, and she's not talked about all of it. She's done like 2 or 3 on Visions of Glory. She's done a couple on Jody Hillebrand. Anyway, she's very good to listen to, and as she reads these books and talks about them, it's kind of from a different, as she did Melanie Gibbs' book, but I want us to do, and I don't know when, I think we're going to have to do this. It's like, we're having a trial. We can't talk about nothing else. But that WordWise lady had, I forgot now what was, she has some illness that I think that I know what it was. She got, part of it is she got mononucleosis when she was a teenager or an adolescent. And because of that, she got some other things, including chronic fatigue and some other things. Well, anyway, she did so much research on Tom Harrison that she figured out, I mean, because of what he said, that he has the same illnesses that she has. So when you read the book Visions of Glory, with the idea in your head that Tom Harrison knew he had chronic fatigue, knew he had had these other things the matter with him, then these episodes that he had that were, quote, near death would have not been surprising to him. And I really, Krisha, I don't know if you can ever get her to do an interview, but I'd like to whiteboard that. I'd like to whiteboard her research up next to the Visions of Glory, because and it looks like to me that he's scamming people, because he knows fully well why he's having these things happen to him, but he's acting like he's so surprised. And you're going, well, look, he's so sick and his wife went off and they just went on to dinner and left him home to die. The reason why is because he'd done the same routine and been fine a dozen times before. It's really, I mean, I feel sorry for him because he had chronic fatigue syndrome. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll give them this. Nobody ever got busier using chronic fatigue syndrome than he did. Anyways, I'm surprised that Dr. That John DeLynn or Megan or somebody with way bigger audience than us has not already called Tom Harrison out over this. And I think we need to get let's get a whiteboard and get with it. Because that's a big deal. A lot of people are like, oh, it's a miracle, when he knows fully well what's going on. Okay, I better check and see what's going on over here on Twitter. But that is something that's been on my mind for a while, and I haven't brought it up. I don't know why. It's like, as Krisha said, I have all these great ideas, then I go to bed and wake up and I don't have them anymore. They went away. But yeah, I want us to do that. I know we're having a trial right now, but this is not ever, the research to be on this is not over. And also, I watched, it wasn't a documentary, but it was a documentary about making a documentary. And the lady that was in the documentary was, I believe that her name was Mary Knight. And she was a survival of ritual child abuse. I'm trying to get that. I'm guessing that we're way out of line of ever getting monetized on any of these videos. But she talked in such a way to people that somehow it didn't, because when you start to talk to people about this, they immediately, well, nobody wants to talk about it. It's not fun to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. We just want people to be aware of all these things that can happen, and how these monsters, if they're not in somehow cahoots with one another, they certainly use the same tactics. And there's no reason why we should not meet those tactics with information, so that at least new people can be warned not to get involved. As I say, that it's generational too, because the people who are involved this from childhood, some of them have no memory of it, and some of them that do have memory of it have such guilt somehow that they're part of it, that it becomes generational. And it's like the monster that we look for is right here amongst us. We don't have to go to a foreign country and get a boat and pretend to be sex workers to get them tripped up. They're right here amongst us. I guess I was getting deep. Let's see if everybody's left the room because I said that. Did everybody leave the room because I talked about that again? But that lady was what killed me the most about watching this lady who made this documentary was to have people to her face ask her what proof she has beyond her having a memory of it and telling you this is what happened to me. What do you mean? What I got proof? And she's like, if you're not going to believe a 53-year-old, then you weren't going to believe a 5-year-old. It's crazy. I don't know what all laws we're going to have to change to make things better, but I'm sure if there's any number of them, and we could just focus down on getting this information out and warning people. Let me check for this, and then I'm going to tell y'all some more scary stuff that I learned about. It's not related, but it is. Okay, Justin, Megan, what are you doing? Okay, Megan's got us. Megan's got us. Okay, y'all. Can y'all see me in StreamYard? Okay, here we go. Megan's back in the courtroom as our other people are too. 9 minutes ago, Megan says, I'm back in the courtroom for in-person jury interviews in the Vallow Daybell, Arizona case. This afternoon, Judge Berinsky hopes to have a jury selected and seated. There are 63 potential jurors to interview. Ooh, 63. Let's see. If you interviewed them a minute each, that would be an hour. So if you're 2 minutes, 5. This could go on a while, but okay, you tell us, we'll do it. We'll do it. Megan says 7 minutes ago, there'll be no video feed of this process this afternoon. So what we hear from them on the floor, and probably some of them will do videos tonight, this is what we're going to know about what happened today. So Megan says the prosecution and defense are both present. Lori is not in the courtroom yet. Yesterday, the judge mentioned his strong intention to start on time, especially when the jury is present. Lord help me. He'll have to tell her again. Okay, so Nate says 1 minute ago, back in the courtroom after an extended lunch, potential jurors will begin filing in shortly for in-person questioning. Judge Justin Berinsky wants 12 jurors and 4 alternates. Okay. Let's see what Lump has to say. Okay, Justin says, back in the courtroom, Lori Vallow Daybell just walked in with her case file and sat down. Jurors will be questioned in person in a few minutes. Okay, good deal. Okay, it's let's see. Let me look back at our regular page here. Are we moving along? Trey says the jacket is long. You can't see the belt. That's what I'm talking about. Trace is catching us up on the important things here. That's right. Okay. All right. Here we go. She's chatting up with her team, Trace says. Okay. Cool beans. My mother has cleaned out the pantry, y'all. Telling you, if I could keep up to that woman. Okay, so Megan's not said anything else yet. So Nate says, Lori just walked in with a big smile. She's wearing a black dress suit with a pink blouse and holding her paperwork. And then 37 seconds ago, Nate said, media and members of the public are sitting in a few rows on the left side of the courtroom. The rest of the seating will be used for potential jurors. How very exciting. How very exciting. Let's go back to Megan. Let's see what Trace has to say. Trace is trying to not get in trouble, and we like it that way. So let's go back over here. Let's see, Megan. Megan, I heard Megan say in her video that she's going to tweet less and take more detailed notes for her live. So she might be, I'm sure it's hard to do all of it. I couldn't type. I sure couldn't do it on a phone. So, we are in the middle. Okay. So that's what I wanted to know, Trace. I was wondering if Trace is in the middle row, she says. Yes, we love that darling kid from I wish she could read me a lot of books because I really that poor girl, she has respiratory problems, and here she was trying to read and talk to us about Jody Hildebrand. Okay, let me get back over here and see what's going on. Okay, Justin's Twitter finger has got sore. So they must be sitting there waiting for people to come in or something. Trace says, Nate and Justin are behind me. Joe and Tom are chatting about an interview. Megan is in front. Lauren and her assistant to the side. A media lady in red who knows Nate and Justin. Mike Watkiss. And that's it. Very exciting. I feel like I'm there with y'all. Right there in the courtroom, only I'm running my mouth. Very exciting. Ron Mahandrel says it is doing a trial. It's draining. Most medics tend not to help you, and more if you've such procedures. I hate procedures. I burn a candle and some incense, Lord. The paralegal doesn't even move sitting next to Lori. I'm sure she despises her. Love always. Are you in the courtroom too? Or you just talking about from yesterday? Okay, Trace says Trina is chatting with the court staff. She has her paralegal and her channeler investigator next to her. I saw who that investigator was, and I forgot now who it was. Trace. Okay, let's go back over here and see what else is going on. Megan is being quiet a minute. Nate, what is going on, Nate? Still talking about he hasn't got any further along either. Okay, well, let's see. Maybe let's see if Lauren's posted anything. I think Lauren's probably posted in her YouTube chat. I don't know that. I don't know what's going on, but I don't see her tweeting right now. Is what I'm saying. Okay, let's see now. Can you imagine? We're to this point, y'all. We're to this point where we've got in the trial where we've got jury selection. And I feel really good hearing Rachel Smith say that she feels like that the evidence is rock solid to convict Lori. So that makes me feel really good. Excuse me, y'all. I'm yawning now. How many's in the chat? Let's see. 112 people. Are y'all yawning yet? Trey says she's back in the courtroom, all on one side. Thank you, Trey. Aggie. Okay, let's go back over here and see if somebody else is saying anything. Justin Lomeless, what say you? Nothing? I'm guessing it's hard to get 62 potential jurors or have 52, however many it is, in a room while telling them that y'all come on in and sit down. Okay. Nate says 1 minute ago, he says the prosecution and defense are at their tables. Judge Berinsky is not yet on the bench. Lori is chatting and laughing with her legal counsel. So she's beat. I bet you. What do y'all bet she gives him some crap for being later than her? What do you think? Put a 1 in the chat if you'll think that Lori will find some way to get at the judge for being later than her. Holly thinks that's right too. She'll say, Judge, you shouldn't have been late. You know how important it is. Are they going to televise anything today? Love Always? Probably not. No. We're waiting on the judge and the jurors, says Trace. No, they're not going to, because they're going to have all those jurors in there and they don't want to accidentally videotape or take a picture of one of the jury. So the jury, no, we won't see anything. But the reason we're doing this is because there are people in the courtroom who are live chat tweeting, and Trace is putting on her lip gloss. She's putting on a good coat of lip gloss right there where Lori can see her, and Lori ain't got no lip gloss. So I think Cresha Trace is putting on her lip gloss right there in front of Lori, and she ain't got none. So at any rate, we have people who are in the courtroom who are giving us updates. Thank you, people in the courtroom giving us updates. They're Trace, uh, Megan, Connor, Nate Eaton, Justin Lum. Sometimes I pull some stuff from Lauren Matthias. She's there in the courtroom. Okay, let's see if anybody else has got some check. I don't know. I was calling them tweets, and I don't know what I'm calling these things now. Justin's keeping his typing finger strong, and so is Megan. Well, let me go around here and look at the chat. Saw my mama says jelly and hard candy works as makeup. I don't know how she would get any, but also ashes. Yeah. Somebody said that she could get some makeup items and hair supplies in the commissary there in at the jail in Maricopa County. I don't know if that's true or not, but I did see somebody say that that you could get boxed hair dye or boxed hair coloring and makeup. So I don't know whether that's true or not. But like you said, them eyebrows look like she drew them on with a skinny Sharpie. Sheesh. All right. Doing. Reading these tweets. I guess they're having trouble getting them to line up. It's been a while since these people have been in kindergarten, and here he's got to have them to line up and get over here and get in line. And Love Always says, I wonder if she was able to get hydrogen peroxide to highlight her hair. That's what I thought. I just can't imagine. Oh, so the X-File says that's what they heard about Lori's makeup too. That she was able to get, I don't know what kind of makeup they've got available in the commissary, but I'm guessing if you've been a makeup artist and you've been drawing a pretty face yourself, for a while, you could probably paint your face with anything, and I'm guessing she's proven that. Toilet bleach. I don't know. I just know my hair would break off if we put all that on it. If she gets to get outside, I have a channel, but I don't have very much stuff on it. Maybe someday soon. Sherry Dunn. I'll try to. I'll put my my channel's link, and you can go and join And then when I have something come up, you'll be able to see it. How about that? Hmm. I better not. Okay. So this is my link if you want to go and sub up to my channel. That encouraged me to put out a video about these things. I'm saying, Crasher, you need to get a whiteboard and take care of this. I guess I could get a whiteboard and take care of it, huh? We just letting Crasher do all the heavy lifting. Thank you, Holly. I thank you very much. Appreciate it. And y'all, when everybody that's in here right now, please like this video. It would really help it to, get in the algorithms and also I've heard that it helps if you if you go back on the videos we've already done and they're posted to write a couple of sentences underneath as comments, about the video, that also helps to get the algorithm greased up and moving. And we're going to have some help because they're allergic to what we talk about. Okay. Good heavens. I'm getting sleepy. I'm going to have to make some coffee or something. And it's only 3:30. What is the matter with me? Okay. Justin is not speaking until he gets ready. Okay, Megan says a few things here. Megan says, 2 minutes ago, Megan says, I believe the judge is talking with the potential jurors now, giving them instructions and letting them know how the process will go. That makes sense. Like I said, they're grown people, but you've got them all locked up there together and you're making them stand in line and obey and do this and that. People haven't done that for a while. A minute ago, Megan says, both teams have been handed a list of the potential jurors. It appears those who have been excused have been redacted from the list. Okay. 33 seconds ago, it says, and now seated directly behind the defense team as, let's see, excuse me. Megan says 33 seconds ago, I'm now seated directly behind the defense team as we wait for the jurors in the courtroom to be seated behind the prosecution. Okay. So now, let's see what Nate has to say now. Nate? So Nate had made a new post. Excuse me. Justin had made new. Let's see what Trace say in our chat. Carolina says, okay. Carolina Hurtago says, sis, you should have been a detective. I've watched her hearing 4 times last night, and Loho has a head of long gray hair. I zoomed in because I thought I was seeing things. Nope, it's gray. Okay. Okay. Well, she's a hairdresser. She would know how to make that transition from blonde to gray. Ah, excuse me. Sorry, y'all. Ah, hmm. So, Nate, what's going on, Nate? They're still laughing. I guess the judge has to talk to them, explain to them how important it is for them to not talk amongst themselves about the case. And you can't talk to nobody, can't talk to your family, can't talk, can't talk, can't talk, can't talk, can't talk. And how he's going to ask them every morning, did you talk to somebody? Did you see a video? Did you see Dateline? All those questions. Y'all, excuse me. Well, I bet it don't take them long once they get them back in there. Oof, God, got it. Okay, Trey says the judge is in the room now, and they're being seated. Yay. Okay, let's see what the others are saying. And these others aren't keeping up to Trey's. Ah, excuse me. I can't believe that. Y'all are going to start calling me Snoozy Poo. Okay. Justin said 16 jurors are in the jury box and the rest are in the right side of the gallery. Oh, and first he had said 51 juries have entered the courtroom. We are on the record. Okay. And they put 16 in the box to question them. Okay. See what Nate say about this. So Nate said 1 minute ago, some may be wondering about the seating arrangements of this courtroom. From the audience view, the defense is on the left and the parallel seated next to Lori at the front table. Behind them at another table is Lori's investigator and advisory counsel. On the right side of the courtroom, Trina Kay is seated next to a paralegal who is next to Detective Nathan Duncan. So y'all, the policeman, the detective that's helping Trina Kay, his name is Nathan Duncan. Maybe we can remember it's Nathan like our Nate Eaton. 21 seconds ago, potential jurors entered the room. By my count, there are 55 jurors. A group of 17 will be questioned first. Berinsky walks in and says, "Good afternoon." Nobody says anything. He repeats, "I said good afternoon." All jurors respond, "Good afternoon." See, I told you. See, these are grown folks. They're not used to having to repeat what they did in kindergarten. But so it might take them a few minutes for him to get them to know their new routine. My gosh. So we got what he said. Let's see what Megan says. I'm glad they're moving along because I was about to be snoozy poo. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So Megan says Lori gave me a very long look as she entered the courtroom. It's clear she recognizes me. Oh my goodness. Then 2 minutes ago, the jury is now in the room and being given the oath. Lori stood with one hand in her pockets at the jurors entered. She pat her hands in the pockets. Okay, and 1 minute ago, Lori smiled when I looked directly, and I looked away. I can't tell what she thinks, obviously, but another observer mentioned that her team was sneaking looks at me. They think Lori told her team that I was here. Oh my gosh, Megan, now you got to put up with that. You got them folks watching you too. Oh my gosh. Let's see what's going on over here in the chat. Just me, justice for Charles. That's right. We can't forget. That's why we're here. Justice for Charles. So, Trace on the case is the judge introduces his staff to the jury. That's great. So, Northwest says, I'm back to hear the tea. Good for you. Let's see. So, let's go back here to the tea tweet place and see what's going on. Okay, he's said a few things. So, 2 minutes ago, Nate Ethan says, as jurors walked in, Lori looked and whispered a few things to her paralegal. The judge is now reading the instruction and explaining why the jurors need to answer the questions honestly. Be honest and candid in your answers. Do not be concerned about what the attorneys or I will think of you. Then 22 seconds ago, Nate says, Judge asked the jury if any of them have difficulty hearing him. Nobody responds. Maybe they didn't hear him. The judge reminds jurors to use yes or no, not nods or hms. Everyone in the pool is a resident of Maricopa County. The judge introduces himself and the courtroom assistant. Okay. Okay. So Megan says that 1 minute ago, Berinsky is instructing the jury now. It's very interested in these individuals and what their lives are like. I think about Tom Evans, the juror in Lori's first trial. His life has changed forever the day he was sworn in. Oh my gosh, I hadn't thought of that, Megan. These people's lives are being changed forever. 1 minute ago, Berinsky was introducing the staff to the jurors. Okay. Justin Lum says, 2 minutes ago, this pool appears to be a diverse group of all ages, genders, and ethnicities. Whoa. They are holding place cards, each with a random number. Oh, wait. Okay. Now I've lost my place here. Justin says, 55 seconds ago, the judge appears if any jurors know anyone who works at MCAO. One juror says his mom used to work for the AG's office. Now Lori Vallow stands up and introduces herself by saying She is Lori Daybell and is representing herself. She introduces her paralegal and her counsel. Well, whoop-de-doobie. Y'all, I'm going to get me a fresh Dr. Pepper. Can y'all talk amongst yourselves for just 1 minute while I'm doing this? Let me go get a drink before I end up going to sleep while I'm sitting here. That would be perfectly awful. We would have coverage by people going, oh my gosh, these crazy people are sleeping. Background music. I lost the ones that come with the thing, I guess. Well, I think I could have went and got a drink while I'm trying to find the dang music. Okay. I'm going to show that a minute. Y'all hang tight for just a minute. Crazy. Mama, that turkey will make you go to sleep. Huh? The turkey will make you go to sleep. Have you ever heard that before? It's about to make me go to sleep, and I'm sitting there online talking to me. You're laughing at me. Okay, I'm back. Dang it. Man, I had to get me a Dr. Pepper. Look, I'm going to tell y'all what's the matter with me. I made a turkey, and we had some turkey for lunch, and I think the turkey has got me, well, I forgot now the word for when you eat turkey before. Gosh sakes, it's crazy. All right, here. Justin Lum says the judge asked if any of the jurors, okay, we already said that. Okay, so the judge wanted to know if any of them worked for Maricopa County attorney's office is what the question was. And one person did, and I'm guessing they let him go home. Let's see, Megan. Okay. So Megan says Detective Duncan of the Chandler Police Department is sitting at the state's table. We're going to need to remember his name because he's going to get embedded on our head, I'm sure. Okay, Megan says 1 minute ago, Juror 44 notes that his mom used to work at the victim's advocate. Just in case, Lori listens to him intently, smiles and nods as he speaks. He is the only one indicating that he may know any of the prosecution team. That's good. That's good because it could be. Yeah. Wow. Justin, what say you? So Justin's asked the question about those that work for AG's office. Then Justin says 2 minutes ago, the judge asked if anyone has looked up this case at all. A few jurors did raise their numbers. Over the financial compensation for jurors who make it. Okay. I can't read the chat and look at these, so if there's something I need, oh, good. I heard somebody walk in.
Boop.
Hello.
Thank you, Treva. Hey, Donna.
Did you hear me snoring?
Do what?
Did you hear me snoring?
I did.
Oh my God, I made turkey for lunch, and if I'm not a snoozy poo anyway, I was like,
Right.
oh my. So I got me a diet Dr. Pepper. What do you think?
What do I think about what?
You think they're going to get the jury all ironed out by the end of the day?
I believe in Judge Boreski.
He is
He's
good.
kicking ass.
He is. And that we listened to that interview with Rachel Smith, and that really made
Oh,
me
I
feel
know. Yeah.
stronger. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard it too. I was at Walmart. Oh, I just got finished unloading everything and I'm freaking tired now.
Oh
But
my gosh.
yeah, I listened to it while I was at Walmart and I listened to a couple things while I was there because I was there for a long time, longer than I wanted to be. Anyways, thank you, Treva. I just wanted to tell you that not well, in person, you know what I mean? As much in person as I can.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry I haven't shown that. Look at
Food
that,
coma.
Travis. Yeah, look at here. We're getting, what is it? We got a super chat.
We got a
I-
super chat.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Uh,
that's very
yeah,
generous.
it really is. Yeah. Um,
Beach
yeah,
Bum says, Beach
okay.
Bum says, y'all, that's still quicker than I thought. Seriously, a week is pretty good.
Oh, yeah. It was what, 2 weeks with Lori or Chad? I don't remember exactly.
She's
But
extra. She thinks that she thinks her shit don't stink. I mean, I'm just being honest. You know, she's like, yeah, she likes to say high profile trial more than anybody. I'm serious.
I guess she does. And look at her, like, uh, Megan says now Megan's looking at her, and so she's looking around like she don't even see Megan looking through her. And now she come in smiling, and Megan like Megan's there to support her or something.
Yeah. Rumors have it. Yeah. Well, whenever I saw Megan yesterday, I was like, oh my God, yesterday, you could see the family resemblance. Like I saw, I think it was Moonlight View who sent me a picture of Janice when she was younger, and I could see a family resemblance with Megan too, and I'm like, wow. That's not why we're here though. We're not here because Lori's ugly you know what I mean? It's
No.
not the bad looks. So that's a compliment to Megan too, is what I'm saying. It's
Oh
it's
no, she's
Lori's insides that make her dog
oh
ass ugly.
exactly.
So,
Yes.
hey Jody.
So let's see what else they're saying over here.
Thank y'all for being here. And thank you, Donna, for doing this.
Well, we're nosy and we want to know what's going on.
Hey,
Okay, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna you go ahead.
I was going to say Justin says that they can make up jurors can make up to $300 a day due to missing work.
Damn,
What?
I need to go get a jury job.
Hell's I didn't know it paid like that. I'd have been trying to get on one.
I know,
One jur-
right?
that cannot. Is that right?
I'm gonna go panhandle jury. Like, let me.
I'm guessing what this means
It's
is
like
they're gonna compensate you what you would have made up
right. You
to.
have to bring check stubs, and you have to, like they give you a gas allowance,
Yeah, yeah,
mileage and things like that. So, I mean, I think that's really very nice. Some places it's like what, $20 or something
yeah.
for the whole
I-
damn time.
Yes, I think that was that way here.
Pretty crappy. It's some kind of incentive because I mean, that's a big hit. I want to get Tom on here too, and Kit from Wordwise. I like the guilty words lady too, while I'm right here, spilling it.
Yes,
Because I mean, she breaks down what they say, and I do too, except I'm not, an expert or anything, but I like to take what they say and break that
and
down.
that lady isn't Mary Knight one of the ones that you've been
Yeah,
looking at?
yeah,
She is really she's I don't know how is able she's
to move on.
to yeah, and to also to talk to those people the way
Yeah,
that she
she
talked to
knows
them,
me.
and I just wanted to slap some of them people from that false memory.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the tactic that you use, everybody. So everybody take notes for if you abuse your, anybody, basically. And so when somebody accuses you of abuse, you go run and start a false memory syndrome foundation, and you have other people who are also accused. You get those people on board, and then you can, fight back, but everybody believes you because it's expert, quote unquote, expert testimony.
Bought
These
expert.
people have testified in so many effing trials and discredited actual, victims. And I mean, that is so petty. It's so like extra. So they will go, they won't stop at any length. There is no bottom for them. And so,
And that Miss America lady that was Miss America
mhm,
in 1958.
the nighttime, daytime child. Yeah.
Yes, that was, and I just like, and nobody wants to hear that. I know nobody, and
But I mean,
I'm not,
it's everywhere. I think there's a lot of cases that are not, um, because you don't go and I mean, first off, who labeled it? Okay. Satanic ritual abuse. First off, it makes you stop thinking. You're just like, oh no, I'm cool. I'm cool.
all I
But
got to
really,
know is the devil did it.
all it is it's the Cox family. It's the Hamblin family, allegedly. I gotta say allegedly for all these, but you know what I'm saying? It's these. I have this in my own family. It's
Yes,
everywhere.
yes, yes,
It's
it
just to
is.
what degree, what level. So I don't know. It's like I don't have the answers, but just trying to find clever ways, to be able to get people to understand it's the label that's harmful also,
And see,
because
they've
this
got,
is the most severe. It's just like Ruby Frankie's case and Jody Hildebrandt. It's the same thing. That is it. That is a ritual abuse case. Uh, Tylee and JJ, ritual abuse all day.
and now, uh, with the internet and these games, they have even new ways to get to kids to. And I saw this thing, Crush. I'm trying to remember where it was, and this boy, uh, he was
Mm.
playing some kind of game, and I don't know how it was, but somebody got him to they must have sent him a ugly picture and got him to send them one back. Well, then they tried to extort him and said, if you don't give us $3,000 by this afternoon, we're going to send these pictures to your mama.
Mm-hmm.
And he killed himself.
Mm.
I'm just,
Well,
I'm
let's
just,
say self-delete.
oh, okay.
Self-delete.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry. But my
Yeah.
point is we need to talk to our kids about this. That
Yes.
no, you don't, there's nothing you
No.
can be embarrassed about to tell mama that that
Mhm.
would be worse than what you would let them do by letting them get by with it.
Yeah.
You know, I
That's
mean,
it.
it's
You gotta
just
open up.
terrible. That
Yeah.
sextortion, I think they call that.
And
Okay, let's see.
catfishing. Yeah.
So Nate says that let's see here. What did he do say? He says 25 seconds ago, the judge asked if anyone would believe that police officers would simply, let's see, would believe police officers more simply because they are police officers or for no other reason. A woman raises her hand. She says she's not saying that they are always honest, but she wants to give her fellow officers the benefit of the doubt. Well, I would say that too. I hope they don't throw her off just for that.
Mm-hmm. One person has law enforcement. Wow. Yeah, it's in Phoenix. You're not a numbskull. We deal with numbskulls there on, yeah, they're usually dressed in orange. Talk like a little
So,
mouse girl.
so Justin Lum says, 1 minute ago, the judge asked the jurors if anyone has prior training in law. A juror says her family herself does have a past experience. Another juror is married to a retired police officer in St. Louis, Missouri. That's her only tie. And then Justin says 12 seconds ago, a male juror is a volunteer for the sheriff's office, and his mother worked for the court security. The judge asked if she may have worked for him at some point. He's not sure. Oh gosh, she's got to be. They got to leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Beach Bum says, oh, she'll get struck. Yeah.
It's going a little faster than they're sending them out of there.
That's okay. You got to weed them out, you know?
Yeah. So let's see. Megan
Part of
says
the-
a minute ago, another jury indicates her husband was in law enforcement. JB asks the same question and she follows his instruction over anything her husband says. She responds, yes. Huh.
Mhm.
Ooh. 40 seconds ago, Juror 92, his mom works for the sheriff's office and he has been a volunteer for the office, and his mother may have worked for the judge at some point. He's not certain. The judge asked him the same question. Will he follow the judge's instruction? He says yes and indicates no bias.
Mhm.
Megan says, Juror 85 says her brother's a legal assistant for a firm and is in law school. Same question from JB. He will follow Judge Varinsky tells him. That's what you want.
Hey,
Yeah.
I've been meaning to say this, and I hate doing this, but it's Megan.
Megan. No.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm sorry. It's just like when somebody calls me Krisha, and I'm like, it's Kresha.
Megan.
But I usually don't, I just let it
No,
go
that's fine.
because
I'm not.
everybody
No,
mispronounces mine.
thank you. Because I don't want to just
Yeah.
have her like her skin crawling every time she gets over here. Megan. Megan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just think of
Thank
me,
you.
like me.
Me.
Think how Lori thinks. Me.
Megan.
And then I like Janae. I think that's how you spell your name, Janae. I mean, say your name, Janae or Janae. Meyer says, I think they need to test the shock vest just to make sure it works. And I suggest we could all be witness. I'm sorry, I messed that all up. And I suggest we could all be witness to it. I love your plan.
Yes, I like that. I think they're going to have to use it to get her to shut up at some point.
Sometime, right? They're gonna
Yeah.
Daryl Brooks her ass.
Oh my God, I just couldn't believe she was talking back. But that judge, see, that what's her name? The one we just saw interviewed a few minutes ago from Idaho, that prosecutor.
Rachel.
She said, don't think they're being soft on Lori because they're just trying to give her every chance in the world because she's pro se to not have her appeal it on account of she was treated mean or something like that,
Mm.
So I kind of get it. Plus it's like he keeps having to remind her that she's like, well, that's not fair. It takes me so long. And he's like, well, yeah, if you went to law school, you probably could do that faster. But
Yeah. Yep.
okay, so let's see here.
I'm about to have to go get me a Dr. Pepper.
Okay, you go get a Dr. Pepper and I'm gonna read
Yeah,
what next
we had no groceries. It was like going all over for the first time.
Oh, that costs so much when you
It
have to do that.
does. It hurt. It hurt. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
miss when I got food stamps. I'm just saying. Just saying.
yeah,
I'm not
exactly. Yeah,
proud.
yeah. That's how I got my turkey. One of
You
my
know?
neighbors goes to the pantry all the time and she got this turkey and she's like, we don't eat turkey. I said, well, we'll eat anything
We
over here.
will.
So
We normally don't either, yeah, but we will. Not a
so I
problem.
cooked the turkey and it smelled so good.
Mhm. That's good.
All right.
We gotta have some
Yeah.
crawfish one day.
Yes.
Ah,
We have little crawfish stands around up here. People bring them
Holly
up.
says we should collab a gift of choice drink and send to the judge with a note to help you deal with Lori. We'll get some scotch or something, huh? Oh, well, he might not drink, but yeah. What kind of drinks you talking about? Of his choice, okay. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good idea, actually.
He
Really.
he seems so good about,
He does. He was made for this. Listening to her more and more, I'm just like, how in the hell did Charles deal with this terrorist? Okay. Because, I mean, can you imagine just getting into a little bitty argument?
yes, like her saying, trying to get it thrown out because they've been listening to her conversations when
Oh,
the
yeah.
conversations were, we need to get a private line for our conversations. Yeah, we do. Okay, that's the conversations that she heard that she's pissed about. I mean, that is she's just trying to pick at something that, and she must get that from her daddy too.
Uh-huh. Sovereign all day, every day.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Wordwise is going to review her daddy's book next.
Oh, hell yeah. Dismantling
Yeah.
the IRS. You know what dawned on me? Forget what I was watching because I watch everything. Hey, Linda. Nah, you haven't missed much. They're about to see the jury, I think. But um I noticed whenever I think it was listening to Lori from yesterday, and just the whole thing about, how when Alex Cox went to prison, jail, whatever, for attacking Joe with a taser, and then when he got out, even when he was in jail, not long enough either, but when he was in jail and he was obsessed with retaliating, it was crazy, right? And I mean,
Right.
he sent Mary or whatever, his friend, Mary Elizabeth, a letter, and just just he just was obsessed with it. Well, same thing with Barry. Barry went to prison for the IRS for defrauding them, and he obsessed about it so much so that when he got out, he wrote a damn book. And it's like, whoa. That's it. It just the apple doesn't fall far from that big old tree,
It's crazy.
crooked tree. The branches must not branch out. They must just go straight up. I don't know. It just seems, and so Lori does the same thing. It's like revenge, retaliation. Just I don't know. Oh, I saw that Ray Hermosillo did another interview 6 hours ago too with that same guy.
Oh, really?
Just the facts or something like I forget the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crusha, and she snitched on herself to the judge about her daddy yesterday. How? I didn't catch it. I mean,
She's
I heard her say, "My dad, who's your dad?" And he was,
she said
Barry
that
Cox.
she said that her daddy sold
Yeah.
those life insurance policies,
Tried
and
selling hers.
yeah, what does that mean even?
I don't know what, I mean, I'm sure I've heard about it before. I just don't know what really it is. I guess I'll have to,
Well,
research that. But, um, I mean, could that be why she was saying they're gonna kill me for my $2 million life insurance? I don't know if that's what she meant by that, or you know what I mean, like what Lori could be thinking with her conspiracy theory salad. I mean, she's a Pez dispenser of conspiracy theories.
well, of course she spreaded the rumor that he was trying to kill her, but
Yeah.
but nobody heard that from him any kind of way.
Well, he hadn't talked to nobody, and like I remember whenever oh, when the moon turns blood red or whatever. Oh my God, I forgot her name. Satilli, Leah
Yeah.
Satilli. Um, in her book, she said that Barry, when she contacted him to interview him, he said something like, "You'd have to offer me 6 figures or something." And I was just like, "Whatever, spiritual giant, my ass."
Oh yeah, spiritual giant. I was
Lying
thinking about
liars
that.
lie. Yeah. Yep. I mean, but it runs in the family, and I mean, I see this with Summer. You can just see, like, when I was rewatching this earlier because I'm editing, but there was that interview with Janice and Summer it was the first one they did, ABC, whatever. And but it wasn't on a major network. It was just I can't think of his name. Anyways, and just whenever he asked them about Charles, and she's kind of giggles through it when she's talking about him. She was like, I know what it's like to lose a brother. And I'm like, oh my God, my head wants to pop off and just, you know, I'll just leave that there. But I'm just like, you don't get to say that. Like, you don't get to
No,
say
and
that,
it's not the
okay?
same thing at all.
No, it's not. Because yours killed mine, okay? And he's not my brother, but he's my uncle. And I swear to God, I'll go to prison just for that. You know, like,
I get it. Yeah, it's not the same thing at all. Look, when my mother had that car wreck, and when she was like in her 70s,
oh,
my brother was driving, and I felt like that my brother did that to her. You know what I'm saying? They hit a tree on the wrong side of the road.
oh,
He grabbed the steering wheel to, like, I don't know what he was doing, but
Lori's done that.
yeah. And so, if you grab the steering wheel, I might like overcorrect. I don't know
You're
what
not
happened.
Jesus. You're not Jesus.
Exactly.
Sorry.
And so that's why it was so important to me when my mother had that car wreck and nearly got killed. She needed a blood transfusion. It's like I was not gonna let her die. I felt like he was trying to take her out, and she
Okay,
wouldn't
and
let
y'all got to know that Donna comes from Jehovah Witness family, and they do not believe in that. Okay.
Well, I always felt like he was trying to take her out. It wasn't, quote, if there is a God's time. It wasn't God's time. It was my ass stupid drug addict, alcoholic brother driving her around. And
Yeah.
and I just felt like I couldn't let it happen that way. It was not, he had done this. And so I kind of, it's not the same thing, but it's different having somebody just die of their own or having a car wreck on than having
Hmm.
somebody do something to cause that shit to happen. That
Yeah.
gets a burr in you.
Yeah. Cloudwalker says, oh, well, first off, just me. Yesterday was my anniversary, and I just want to know that if you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Um, I know these are hard times. We love you, but you know, we'll get through it together. And then Cloudwalker said existing life insurance policies can be sold for huge discounts to investors, depending on age and health. Like if you have $1 million policy on yourself, you could probably get 50,000 to 100 grand. Wow. That's pretty substantial.
I get it. If you've been paying on something for a while, you can buy it out.
Right. I mean, they were kind of, Charles was in this business, so was her dad. Her
So
dad actually worked for Beneficial Life Insurance
so
Company,
you
which
wonder if
is the
they'd had it
Mormon church.
if they'd had these policies a long time.
I'm sure. I mean, with Charles being in the business, I don't know. But why was hers two and his only one? That kind of, he's the breadwinner. You would think that his would be higher, but so has her family put a $2 million life insurance policy on her life? Interesting. Those Mormons love life insurance. Exactly. Barry worked for Beneficial Life Insurance, which is owned by the church.
Wow.
Like, mm-hmm.
Tracy says she's in the courtroom and she says these jurors are not just trying to get out of this, they're taking this very serious. So they're not trying to get out of it. Well, thank goodness.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love always. I rewatched Summer and Janice's interview. Very revealing. It is. It is all these interviews and all these things. I go back and I might not have seen it in years, but I go back and I'm like, holy crap. There's so many things that just pop out at you now because of, the stuff that has come to light. I hope more comes to light because this is like a huge push. The last one will be Brandon's, and that'll be the last stab at it, for lack of a better word. But that's nuts. I'm gonna have to look into this more and just kind of see about these policies because really, y'all, and I mean, I know it sounds so stupid when I say this. Pretty much every like with this, I learned about life insurance policies through this case, through these victims, like through my uncle and all this stuff happening. And then I'm just like, I started noticing, I never paid attention to this crap before. And every 9 out of 10 murders are due to money or, other money, power, sex, whatever. And it just would be nice to know. I don't know if there was there is a database, but I mean, I didn't know. I was unaware of these things, to go look and still what good could that do? Now, Jason, he was like, you need to do some deep dive into um insurance or, life insurance policies along the Mormador. And I'm like, yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know if I'd want that to know.
It's a whole lot of things. Like I said, it's a whole lot of rabbit holes to go down. These people find more ways to tear at a dollar bill.
Right. So I wonder if he ended up selling it, I wonder how, I need to look more into this to see, um, like, I don't know, what's the lifespan on those things. And thank you again, Cloud Walker. I didn't get to tell you that, I don't think.
Well, I hadn't even thought of all that.
Wow.
And
So, I mean, if you
sometimes,
ever get in a bind, you could just, wow.
not only that, some of them have, most of them have like a do-it-yourself clause that you can't do it yourself and get paid. The family get paid. That word we're not going to say.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, I think that is even off the table, that it will pay even on that after a person's had it long enough.
Yeah. Charles was the family piggy bank, straight up. I mean, just in that little blurb that I read, that's in the Chandler police report, it's very telling because it's a very covert way, in my opinion, that they talk about they talk down on people using religious talk. And I mean, she might as well have said Charles was dark, because she said he didn't have the Holy Spirit. Look, I'm pulling it up. I am,
Okay.
but oh, come on.
I'm looking at the tweets and I'm not seeing, most of them are just kind of the same. This juror's got a policeman in the family, blah, blah. It's nothing big. If it was, I would,
Are you there? Oh,
yeah, I'm here.
okay. Yeah, I'm looking too. Because it was just snooty. You can just tell. Another thing, I'm gonna republish that recording that Sherry Dowdle did of Melanie Gibb because it's just like, whoa. Because it is included in the police report. I don't know if they'll bring it up. Sherry Dowdle's not a witness, but
I don't want to
it just
nag you
I
about
want
this,
people to know. Yeah,
but I
go ahead.
really, 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 really want to hear the audio that your mother made in Texas or wherever it was. She recorded that day. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
I don't want to mess up no court case, but
Yeah.
I think that she recorded Lori and Melanie Gibb and
Oh,
Charles.
whenever I didn't realize she had a recording and maybe but now that you say it, it kind of sounds familiar, you know?
Yeah,
It's just been a long time since yeah. So, yeah, that was whenever Lori walked in Arizona. Mom was helping Uncle Charles pack, and Lori walked in with her hands on her hips after being gone for 72 days or whatever. Two jurors know each other and work together. Okay, y'all gotta go. But so yeah, walked in with her hand on her hips, didn't see mom. Lori didn't see mom, and she lit into Charles's ass. And, she was talking down on him or, at him or whatever. And so he was like, she said, well, where are you moving? You know, he said, I'm moving closer to my family. She was like, what family? What family? You know, just like a narcissist, bitch does. Um, so anyway, so then mom kind of walked in, you know, and Lori instantly changed her tone and was like, "Oh, KK, I miss you so much," you know, and I'm just like, "Oh my God." Oh wow. Beach Bum says, "Did Loho sashay in front of potential jurors, Trace?"
Trey says there's 2 jurors that know each other and work together. Well, that won't work out probably.
Yeah. That's a good question. I want to know the same thing, love always. Y'all, that just researching into Stacy's life, death, and like what was brought to light. I mean, I found it in Reddit, but it was the paperwork between or court documents between Steve Cope and Stacy, you know, Melanie's parents, Melanie Pulowski's parents, and just the whole thing about Melanie Pulowski wanting to be a boy or, you know, 2 different boy names. Wanted to dress like a boy. One of the names she wanted to be called Alex, and another one, I forget the name. But that and just the, you know, Stacy having the eating disorder and how Janice spits her food in her napkin allegedly, just all the things. It says SRA all over it. It screams. And I feel like it makes me wonder if that's why Barry also became a zombie so quick. You know, he fits the bill. I feel like he's a damn Freemason somewhere. So
Yeah, but Lori didn't think he was a zombie, right?
yes, according to the infamous Reddit email,
Her daddy?
yes,
Well, see, I'm confused. I told you I get my monsters mixed up. That
your
don't make
monsters
sense.
mixed up.
That don't make sense, does it? I mean, by her way of thinking.
She it's inverted. I know that. That's all I do know. Let's see. I mean, hold on, I'm already looking up one thing. So, I
I know
suck,
that's it's my rabbit holes are starting to cross up.
girl. Their rabbit hole game is strong. Let me just
I
say that.
swear.
Let's see.
Okay, Nate said 26 seconds ago, a judge talked about the schedule of the trial and he asked if there are any reasons that they cannot serve. One lady says that she's pregnant and due in June. Another juror says that she just got a revised work schedule and will be out of town for work on Monday, April 7th, the first day of trial.
Mhm.
And the judge
So,
asked if he could rearrange it, not the pregnancy. Uh,
yeah, no.
the 2 guys
Well,
that were
thank you, little
coworkers
brains.
worked at Popeyes.
I love Popeyes, by the way,
Well,
for what it's worth.
yeah, yeah, some good chicken.
Thank you, little brands.
And that's the Cajun chicken too, isn't it? The Cajun seasoned chicken.
I don't know.
Popeyes.
Is there any other kind? I live in Cajun land,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't know.
We got several
Spicy.
chicken places that are, I forgot the name of them. I guess they're not that important if I can't remember the name of them. You
Where
know
the
what?
hell
If
did it
she's
go?
due in June, nobody would have to tell. If it was me and I was due in June, nobody would have to. I wouldn't have to tell nobody I was pregnant. They would know it before I got there. my
I feel like
belly
I
would.
look like I'm pregnant.
My belly
Jeez.
would tell them before I got there.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm
Y'all, I
pregnant.
was so big with Zach. Oh my God. Like, and my husband at the time, you know, he had like a Nissan and I drove it one day and my belly was it was in the way and I couldn't like scoot back because my feet had to shift, you know, it was a 5 speed or whatever. It was horrible. I was like, no, it sucks. My nose was pregnant.
Oh, Nate says that one lady has a mother who just got put on hospice and she has less
Oh,
than 2 months to live. Another jury works 6 days a week and doesn't think his schedule will coincide with being on a juror. He
mm,
manages a barber shop. Another one has a cousin's wedding that's May 15th, and she has a flight out of the country the next day. The judge says May 15th is the worst case scenario for the trial to last that long. Yeah, but I would hate to have that hanging over my head the whole
oh yeah.
time, thinking,
Not
oh
being
my
able to
God.
make money before you go, like your regular pay.
Yeah, because you're going to go out of the country broke and worried that you're not going to even get to go if this thing lasts a little too long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope they don't make that one. She won't be making no good decisions if she does stay.
I'm sorry, I'm paying attention to this.
Well, I sure hope they get 12 and 4 out of all this by the time these people finish with all their. Everybody's got a life and had plans before this happened.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they are very good at inconveniencing a lot of people and affecting their lives. So they don't care. She don't care. I wish I wish her ego would die. It's like her ego needs to be killed. That's where I'm at. That sucker is the only thing that's translated.
Exactly. And I don't think she's out of her head with that shit.
I'm trying to think of the keyword, man. It's bothering me. Mm. One that's not going to pull up 222 freaking results. Maybe I'll just do Alex. And it bothers me that Melanie Pulaski's not called.
Well,
And Zalima, I mean, she had use immunity. So what? She gets off scot-free now?
well, I had those questions. It seems like KJ spoke about this yesterday just a little bit. She said that it may be about, of course it is always about money and the chances of, she says that they don't need them to convict Charles.
I understand, but I want to convict him. Okay.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I want to hear from, but on the other hand, if they're not needed for immunity's sake, maybe they will get charged.
Can they still be impeached? Like, I wonder if, like if something comes up, if they can be impeached. But I doubt it because there's always this hooker she takes up all the damn space.
Right, and believe it, she's gonna be watching them, and she's done watched all of Nate Eaton's interviews. And if one of
Yep.
those witnesses says something that they didn't say straight to Nate exactly, she's gonna have that tape brought in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do we do? Show her ashes of our family members? Well, here, explain this, bitch. Sorry.
Exactly, but she didn't care about none of that.
Well, we
I
do.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. It's
we don't have a
crazy.
zap belt on, so there's that. Again, Trace, if you ever see her in her handcuffs, if she looks at you, just raise your arms and then spread your arms apart. Do a big yawn, big stretch or something.
Trace was busy putting on her lip gloss
I
during the
love it. I love it. I love it. Slather it on. Hydrate them lips.
My granddaughter asked me, she said, why is this taking so long? And why does it seem like, she has the same questions we all do. It's like, why does it seem like that the criminals have so damn much more rights
Right.
than the victims and their families during this whole thing.
I don't know.
But I
Well,
guess
go ahead.
it's because it all has to work that way. Because there was times when judges weren't fair and juries weren't fair and this wasn't fair, and so you have to make everything go by the law and
You know what my
drag
mom used to
time
tell
out.
me, and probably still will. My mom would probably still tell me this: life ain't fair. Just because life
No,
ain't
it's
fair.
not, and it's not fair.
Yeah. Well, look, I just found this part, and let me just read this. Or do you have anything to say? An update or
Oh,
anything?
no, just one juror's wife's expecting a baby, and it'll be their fifth kid,
Well,
and
congratulations.
and and his work wouldn't accommodate, and so the judge reminds him that if he is on the jury, they'd pay him.
Wow.
But they're becking people now. Okay, go ahead with what you were going to say.
So I'm just gonna start right here, just jumping in. So
Okay.
this was the last message read by Charles at 0737 hours. Adam would send the following messages at 7:37 hours, but it was not read until 12:13 hours when Charles was dead and Lori was in control of his phone. Adam said, "I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me right now. See what he says." Adam says, "Okay." And then they say there were no further messages from Charles. Adam would send Charles the following message at 7:49 hours. Quote, "Me and Zach, I'm assuming, are going to the stake center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes, which is the stake president, is always there either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend." Unquote. The message was read at 12:13 hours. So that's what Lori, she's like, oh, hell no, I bet. Lori was in control of Charles's phone at this time. This message was read. July 2019, at approximately 7:49 hours. GPS data shows Charles' phone leaving the Four Peaks address. So just know that he got there at 7:37. By 7:49, she hauled. She booked it. Okay, this would indicate that he was at the home for just over 10 minutes. Then it says July 11th at 7:49. Lori sent Melanie Pawlowski, Boudreaux, whatever, an SMS message to redacted. There is no record of this message in the iCloud account, but Lori's phone records capture this communication, which is good. July 11th at 7:52 hours, Alex's phone records show and Lori's phone records show that Alex called Lori, her cell phone. Per Lori's records, the call lasted for 49 seconds. Then, July 11th, 2019, at 8:06 hours, Alex called Lori's cell phone. Per Lori's records, the call lasted for 56 seconds. In between the two phone calls between Lori and Alex, Lori and Melanie Boudreaux exchanged 4 more SMS messages that were on the phone records, but not on the iCloud records. I don't know, just honing in. I thought I remember seeing where she and Chad talked for a lengthy amount of time prior to it was like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, you know? It burns my ass that he's not being held accountable for Charles's death.
I just don't see how it cannot be a question on the minds of the jurors. You know,
What?
that they're going to say, why is he not being charged when they hear the story?
I mean, they suggested them, the investigators, they did. They suggested charges and prosecutors did. And then the DA, turned it down for likelihood of conviction. But, you know, and Summer was listed as a unwitting, I forget what they call it, unwitting something. And I
That would be
remember looking it up and everything, but I'll have to look more into it
Ian
and
is
remind
unwitting.
myself. Yeah. You know what else is neat or not neat? I don't know why I said that. What else is interesting is just the whole thing with Alex calling 911 and saying, I shot my brother-in-law in self-defense. Like, hit boom, you know?
And you can't say I was scared and so I went to my room and got a gun and came back. You could say I was scared. I went to my room and locked myself in the room and he tried to get in the room and then I shot him. But no, you could have went in your room and just been in your room.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's you're re-engaging. And it says right here, according to Lori's testimony, Charles would have laid dead for 43 minutes before Alex called the police. Yeah. Because sorry, I should know better. Lord, okay. Oh, also, July 11, 2019, after she went to Walgreens at 8:17 in the morning, Lori sent a message, a text message to Audrey Baratero. There is no content on the iCloud account, but the communication was captured. They didn't include it though. Then at 8:24, she drops JJ off at school, and then that's when it says July 11th at 8:32. Alex calls 911 stating that he shot his brother-in-law in self-defense. He indicated that the shooting took place a couple of minutes before the call. Lie. You said that's when it comes in. According to Lori's testimony, Charles would have laid dead for 43 minutes before Alex called the police. And then they say they questioned Tylee, and then Lori calls Colby. Uh, it doesn't even have a time. July 12th, Lori and Alex invite Zalima over and tell her about how Charles died. Alex told her that he was not affected by his death as he killed a zombie and not Charles.
Mm.
Then they have this too. They say Alex's dedication to Lori, which they have all this listed. It says evident in assault on Joe Ryan in Texas, evident in Rexburg welfare check on 11/26/2019 when Lori stated, he's kind of my protector. Evident and patriarchal blessing provided by Chad Daybell. Audio on iCloud. Hard copy found in Alex's truck. And then it has evident and testimony provided by Melanie Gibb. Evident and testimony provided by Adam Cox. Evident in Lori's statement that Alex spent the night at the house to protect her from Charles. Evident and testimony provided by Zalima. Evident in Lori's iCloud where she asked for Melanie and Alex to stay by her side. Now, this time they spelled Melanie Melanie like it's Gibb. Huh. That's weird.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
usually how you tell. Anyway,
I
so
hope that this lady has got her shit together, this Trina lady. I really do. Because I mean, I'm glad that she's so smart and all that, but it's hard for me to believe that she's as smart as them four prosecutors to put together. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I was kind of worried about this prosecutor until I forget which one it was. Oh, I mean, now they did ask about the use immunity in this one I'm talking about, but I couldn't tell you which one it was. But I want to say, Lori was getting snotty like she's been doing, or she does. Obviously, we just haven't heard from her. But um, just anyway, so she kind of gained my confidence, like it built up a little bit whenever I heard the prosecutor talk, snark back at her. I was surprised because I don't know, I just didn't even really know who the damn prosecutor was, you know? That's how much they didn't stand out. But it's so much different than it was in Idaho. Idaho was like that. It seemed like compared to Arizona, it seemed like Judge Boyce and the prosecution team, it seemed like this was the only case, and East Idaho News, this was the only case they ever had. And like no other cases existed, that's how it felt. It's like red carpet, like everything, the prosecutors would get up and they would argue, and it would be like 45 minutes, just one way. It was interesting. It's very different. Over here, they're just like, girl, you ain't nothing but a number. And we're like, okay. Oh, glad you're back. What did Lamisa say? I don't know. Talk about an SRA family right there, though. Love always. Yeah, totally. Totally. And I saw that Joe scheduled a live for 7, and I'm like, okay, well, it's Tuesday. Isn't it? Isn't it Tuesday? Did I lose connection? Donna.
I muted myself because Brutus was barking, and then I
No, ma'am.
forgot. I muted myself because Brutus was barking, and I
Yeah,
forgot I did it.
I do that. I forgot what I was asking. Or I forgot. Oh, about the Daybell kids, yeah. Canyon Jail. Yeah.
I just
Well, I mean, that's part of the Lori is Chad's concubine, so he has to. This is what they did with polygamy way back in the beginning. Surplus girls. Jason about started crying whenever he heard Tom Evans, juror number 18, when he heard him talking to Lauren yesterday. And I didn't know his new book was out and ready, but I want to read it for sure. I'm very grateful to KJ for doing that. Very grateful. It helped me jog some things, my memory. And yeah, there were some things that weren't accurate, but well, who am I? There's hopefully, we're human. So, but whenever Tom said, and I mean, this is just an eloquent way of saying it without saying it, whenever he said that, because this is more about Chad's trial, but Tom said that he went back 200 years where it all began. And I was like, Jason was like, man. So he knows, it started way long ago. And I was like, oh my God, yes. It's a relief, that it's not
yes.
just this freak accident. It's not just, or not accident, incident. It's there's a lot of people with this same like-minded beliefs and behaviors and stuff. Thank you, Trace. Go ahead. She says Lori's attorneys are not included in the headphone communication, just her and her paralegal. Cool. I like they all gonna be looking like David Warwick. Remember that shit? Oh, goober. Mm-mm-mm.
And Trace also says that it's interesting. Oh, it's interesting that some have hardships and they're willing to plow through,
Oh,
and
did you
some
put it?
won't out. Yeah, I put it up there, and some won't a little. It's okay. Some won't out for little of no stated reason except for to be put out. Well, I guess it's most people say, "How can I get out of jury duty?" That's almost a joke, but it don't need to be. Some people need to do their civic duty. Good people.
Hmm. No, I'm not laughing at you, but yeah, that's right. But illuminating ink, I'm jealous. Okay, I'm whining too.
Is this Seuss in the chat?
Who?
Seuss?
Sue
Sue
Ellen?
Ellen?
Where? Where at?
I've pinned one.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that is. Hey. Hey. I love you. I slept yesterday, so I'm gonna call you in a little while. So get ready. But that is an interesting, uh, yeah, illuminating ink again. Let me finish with that. Oh, illuminating. Illuminating Ink says that sounds amazing. Hubby just got diagnosed with diabetes. I'm gonna miss pasta so much. Oh, sorry to hear that. Jason is also diabetic, and it's a different lifestyle for sure. But we I eat the same things, and I need to do what you're doing. Okay, I do. Just everything's been so damn crazy. Yeah. Here, she
Let's
is a
see.
moron. Trace, you're a saint.
She surely is. Are we about
Silence
to?
as jurors head out.
Oh, so they got him.
I don't know.
Okay, here it says. Okay, the Nate Eaton says 3 minutes ago the bench conference is over. Judge is listing the number of the jurors who are excused. 14 jurors were on the list, and they are now leaving the courtroom. 2 minutes ago, judge, now taking 15-minute recess, tells the jurors not to talk to anyone else about the case. There will be some follow-up questions, and the group will know this afternoon if they are the jury. Ooh.
Wow. So JoJo says some of the jury was probably brought back from previous jury duty dismissals. And JoJo's from this area, ish. They did this to me during the Baseline serial killers trial. That's crazy. No, I didn't end up on the jury. Holy cow. Holy cow. That sounds like Melanie Gibb, huh?
Mm.
That's crazy. Hey, girl. We love you too.
Wow.
Hey, Marshall Dove. Glad you're here.
Somebody said in the chat that that Adam Adam and Uncle Grex were being asked about the insurance question regarding Barry. So I'd be interested to find out
What?
whatever.
Who
Where
asked
did
them that?
I don't know. Where did I see it? I saw it in the chat. Where did I see that? I think
Lord.
somebody must have two windows open. They must be watching another live in ours too to know all this.
I'm looking.
And don't
I'll hate having to type messages twice too because somebody didn't see it. I've done it so many times. You learn to just copy and paste. And whenever I'm on my phone, you can't just tag people. I spell their names out. So when it's like Justice Jane, and now Carolina does it too, they are I'm trying to think of all who does it, but the different letters, the different way they look, the different size, like the way the font looks. I don't know if it looks the same or not, or if it tags them still. Anyways, it's, hey, Jody.
Okay. It was Lamicia said that Rex and Adam just said on their live that Barry did sell the life
Oh.
insurance. And he
Oh.
did sell life insurance, not necessarily that policy. I don't know. We'll have to find that out. Okay,
Yeah.
Trace says, I see no signs of that Trina is LDS, nor the judge, even though he went to law school in Idaho.
Yeah, but he didn't go to Brigham Young, so
That's what I was wondering about.
I mean, it's same with Judge Boyce, whether he is, it's, to me, it was you're still in that small community. You still interact with 98% other Mormons, like, and I'm not being biased against them. I'm just being realistic. Like, you wouldn't want that if it were, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, move it out of state. I don't think they can get a fair trial. I just want them to have a fair trial, right? I don't want the church interjecting itself like it did. I'm not going to say allegedly because there's proof.
By the way, did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, and then why for Gabe Bonilla, for y'all who don't know who we're talking about, it's, I forget.
They gave him a lawyer.
Oh,
The
and his last
LDS
name was Ballard, and I'm like, why's it
Yes.
got to be another damn Ballard? Damn. Hell, but we have Ballards here. Mm, I don't know. It
Yeah.
just, to me, if the church wouldn't have acted the way that it did, by actually tainting the jury pool right out the gate, by sending, what do you call them? A, a 2010 policy, which I'm like, well, who was missing then? Was it Elizabeth Smart? But at least the church actually rallied for her. Um, you know, they helped put the word out whenever Elizabeth Smart was missing. Yet Tylee and JJ were missing, and you send out letters, reminding those church leaders in that area, just to, it's a long-standing policy. This is just a reminder to, not involve yourself into, or, in a
What this
investigation.
probably means is that in the past, some people have damn hid some kids and they thought they were doing it for whatever the reason, keep them from getting with false religion or bad people, whatever the reason was. We have to protect these kids, so we're not going to tell. We're going to just hide them, and it's
What?
okay because we're doing that. I'm making up something. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying in
I'm
their
like,
minds.
what?
No, I'm just saying, it seems to be their way of thinking that it's okay to do this because in the past or whatever, we've had
Yeah.
these reasons that we
You talking
need
about
to
like
protect.
PR?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
actually hide kids, I guess. You know, this bad person's trying to kidnap this nice LDS lady's uh child because he's now becoming apostate. Let's help her hide him, whatever.
It just makes me think the worst. Like, why would you do that, for other people, but you're not going to do that for Tylee and JJ? Are you involved? That's the first thing I say.
Yes,
That's the first thing
exactly.
through my mind. And so
Absolutely.
why would you work against the grain? These are two of your lambs, so to speak, allegedly. But, and that's not the only time. But let's not sit there and rehash that shit because it'll just
No.
piss me off.
No, because it makes me want to go to Idaho and choke a thumb down.
Mhm.
I'm not necessarily a violent person, but I'm wanting to get a ticket. I'm
Yeah.
talking, I would never, I can't even get to Memphis, let alone to Idaho.
Right here it says the only other members of the immediate group were herself, Melanie Gibb, Zalima, Alex, Melanie Boudreau, and Julie Clement. I just called that part. Okay, and at the conclusion of my interview with Melanie Gibb, I asked her if she could describe in her own words what it meant to be like Nephi, or if someone said it was going to be a Nephi and Laban ending. It was going. Okay. She stated that this was discussed by Lori and Alex prior to Charles's death. She could not recall if Lori was talking to someone on the phone or if it was a discussion in the presence of Alex and Lori. She then described a story in the Book of Mormon where they were trying to get the plates from Laban. They asked for the plates 3 times. It's like, anyways, clicking their heels 3 times or something. And they were not turned over. The spirit then moved upon Nephi, and he was then asked to cut the head off of Laban, and he did. He then dressed in Laban's clothing and was able to get the plates. Melanie described Laban as a horribly wicked man. Melanie stated that looking back at the context of this statement, it probably meant that Charles's life would have to be sacrificed. Interesting word there. Melanie then stated that they felt that Charles was already gone and that Alex would be taking the life of Eplos. Interesting. Just to revisit these things, man. Mm-mm-mm. And I also found the DNC 7711, which 711 is special number for Zalema and Lori, according to Melanie Gibb. But I don't have it on me right now.
I muted my I
if you were
muted
from,
myself because of the damn train.
oh, I like trains. I do. I used to live downtown, and oh my God, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Then we lived across the street from FedEx, and they would beep, 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 beep at 4 o'clock in the damn morning. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, well, you kind of get used to it. I don't even pay any attention to it unless, I mean, like I know it's aggravating to somebody else, you know. And the same thing with the church bells. You can't talk outside when that's going on. If you're
Yeah,
on the phone, you got to quit.
I
Oh,
love church bells.
did you get that I lost my phone? Lost my phone?
Uh-uh.
I went walking yesterday and I had it in my pocket and I lost it. Lost it. Can't do the find phone, tried all that stuff. It's gone. I'm gonna have to get another phone. So right now I'm using my mother's phone, and that's okay because we're sitting right here together. And but I dread it.
See,
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
even
I mean, I'm listening.
I
Sorry.
don't even care that much about. Of course, the phone is an old phone, but it's all that stuff I had on it that I'm sure I didn't back up.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised. Yeah, because I used to. That's why I have 5 different freaking storage accounts because I'm not trusting, just a cloud that I can't see. Yeah, uh, I don't know. Anyways, but it'll be there. You'd be shocked, or I hope it is.
Oh well, it's not the end of the world.
It's not. I've had a house burn down, and
Yeah,
yeah, you're
it's
like,
like that. Mhm.
it's okay.
But too, like I've got like, you know how has your secondary security thing like for my
Yes,
mom's accounts, almost all of them ring back to my phone. So I'm gonna have to somehow.
email address. Yeah.
Maybe I can get another phone and get that same number, and that will help that some. But
You should be able to go to the place or wait till we're off of here, and then that way I can focus on it. Or Jason whenever he wakes up. He's a whiz, man. I swear, he's my brain.
I miss young brains.
Oh,
Whenever my whole career, I always worked with guys that were a lot younger than me, that were like just little
wits.
bookworms that
Yeah.
wanted to like read everything, and they'd come to school to work excited to tell me about something they'd read. I remember the first time, this is going to sound crazy to you, but when my friend Jeremy showed up for work and he told me, he said, this technology is going to change everything we know.
Hmm.
And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, PDFs. He said, because it's portable. You can make any document into a PDF and send it anywhere. That's never happened before. And it really, you don't think about it, but PDF is a kind of a miracle format.
Yeah. Now that you say it, yeah.
Because
No, I'm
before
a
that
nerd.
was
So this ain't weird or stupid. I think it's interesting.
yeah, because because used to you had to have like different like you could look at an image in Photoshop and it comes in a JPEG and it comes in a EPS and it comes in a vector and it comes into this and it comes into that. But the different presses you went to required that you have a different format. So for like well, I don't want to explain it all, but there was a reason why all those different formats, you know, it's because that's what it took to make it work. And the EPSs were the most complicated of them all, about packed full of information.
Yeah. It's interesting. Look, I'm just now learning kind of all that stuff. Y'all know. I didn't know what a link was. I didn't know that hashtags were actually like they could bring you somewhere. I thought they were just
Yeah.
like hashtag. You know, I mean, for real, this case has, I mean, I've learned so many things just because of these crimes, you know, and just the deaths and just all the loss, you know. And I had to, like, and it's not like I did it because I felt like it. It wasn't leisure learning. Let's just say that. It was like, holy shit, I got to do this or I can't get to that. Uh, you know, it was very
Well,
interesting.
at like for instance, Yellowstone Park
Yep.
and all those estates that are over there in the corner over there. You know, to me, I was like, hey, they're just all over there. You know, I didn't have. I'm not going over there. They might as well just be all over there. And we've had to like, oh my gosh, how far is it from this
Yeah.
place to that place? And it's 3 hours. It's 7 hours. And these people, world travelers, have forced us to get out a damn map.
Yep. Oh yeah, so many things, so many things. Like I'm gonna ask the chat, like, what is the like from this case? If you've been following it for a while or since the beginning, what is one of the craziest things that you remember researching because of this case? You know, that's interesting to me, I think. And I always, I mean, I'm very consistent with my Google search and all my phone, all my content, everything I look up, everything I save, everything I talk about, everything I do is related to murder, to Mormons. I mean, it's so filled with all this stuff, you know, and I'm just like, well, used to I worried like if somebody ever saw my search history, they'd be like, okay, ma'am, we're gonna take you in. We're gonna arrest you, you know. But
Well, I guess
mm,
mine too. I
not with
told you I
backstory.
was looking up words. It's like, oh my God, that's what that means
Oh
all the time.
yeah, I have done that though. I've looked up a lot of words. And you know, one thing interesting, and I'm gonna kind of answer MM on this. She said to say something to tell maybe a cool story about Uncle Charles. And this isn't really cool, but just one of them things. But Mom and Uncle Charles like used to Mom would pick like a word of the week. So would Charles. I think that's where she got it from. And like learn it, you know, and she would use it. And I mean, he did the same thing. But again, I said it wasn't that interesting, but it's just one of those things, you know, where you just kind of learn a little nothing about somebody and but it, you know, it just makes them more human, I guess, more relatable. But also before Uncle Charles died, you know, he asked, "Have you ever Googled yourself?" And I mean, I have. I've Googled myself, but now when you Google Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow, you know, any of that, they, I mean, holy crap, Google is filled with Charles Vallow, you know? It's just like, whoa, I don't know.
Wow.
It's weird. This is a weird, it's just weird. Yeah, I've not, it's been 6 years. I've not gotten used to it. Like you were saying about Mom and Larry, you know, being on the news or just family, period. Um, but I also like to look at it like they'll always be there also, you know, like in the future, you'll always be able to find clips and interviews and stuff of them. So I don't know if that is a plus. I don't know if it is or not. One interesting thing for me was yearning for my parents and just watching them age before my eyes on TV, you know? As I saw them more on TV than I did in person since all this shit.
Huh. Megan says that they're back in court with the jurors and that they're given individual questions. And she said this will take some time. Hmm.
Hmm. That's weird.
Whenever I was at one of my jobs, one of the ladies that worked there, her picture was on the front of the Globe magazine one week, and she brought it in. I was like, "Oh my God, your picture's on the front of the." That was just one time. that her picture was on the, and we all thought, oh my God, and it was a tawdry story because she was, I mean, you're really going to think I'm crazy when I tell you this. She was related to Bill Clinton, this girl that I work
Oh
with.
Lord, run, girl, run.
And she was from Forest City, Arkansas, and she was raped when she was a
Oh,
teenager. And
hey,
her,
code word, code word.
oh crap, she was raped.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. So so this girl, they put her, the guy in jail or something, or anyway, this had something to do with politics because it was in Arkansas and it had something to do with somebody that was the governor of Arkansas let the guy out on what do you call it? He let him out early, and they felt like it was a slam against Bill Clinton's niece, and the guy got out straight and did it again. Anyway, I don't remember all the particulars, but it was just crazy to come to work and one of your workmates is on the damn cover of the Globe magazine or something.
Yeah,
Of
now
course,
yeah, like seeing news stories, like in People magazine
and see, this was something that
yeah,
happened to her like 20 years before that, but because they were trying to discredit this politician, they were wanting to interview this girl,
yeah.
it,
Oh yeah, they have whole people that do that. That's what they do. They go to discredit people. They do research just to do that. In fact, Goel, that used to be his job. You know.
yeah, it's crazy. It
So
was because that girl, the one that I was talking about, she had like a birthday party for one of the other girls that I work with. So I was over there at the house and I'm looking at this picture on the refrigerator, and Bill Clinton and Chelsea was in the dang picture. And I said, well, Ashley, why is Bill Clinton and them on your refrigerator? And she said, oh, I didn't tell you that's my cousins.
hmm.
And she said when before he was president, when Bill would come to Memphis, he would stay at that house that belonged to their family in Memphis. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And actually, Uncle Charles's first love called me today out of the blue. Like I haven't her and I have texted back and forth over the years, but she just was like, screw it. And she called me. She was like, I listened to your live Sunday, and she was like, girl, it sucked that you were crying. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know I was going to. But anyway, so I just thanked her for calling, and she was going to have lunch and with some other classmates from Barb High School where Uncle Charles went to school. I mean, they're meeting for lunch today to talk about this. They follow this case. They want to see Charles get justice. And I mean, that was awesome to hear. Just some hometown cheerleaders, you know what I mean? Just people
Yeah,
rooting for justice, and that was really good to hear. And so, I mean, she is full of stories, and I mean, anyway, so we're gonna talk soon, and more. In person. She moved to
yeah,
town, so I mean, they really. It's like it sucks because they really were meant for each other, but they just kind of did, what a lot of people do,
yeah,
and go their own way and kind of look for each other in between. And then she had just moved to Houston, and just was going through a divorce in like the beginning of June of 2019. Turns out she was right there by Uncle Charles's new place where he had just moved to. And then she found out after he was killed,
mm,
that she didn't know until after he was killed that that they lived by each other. And it's crazy.
So, Megan and them say that from the courtroom that
Megan.
the damn it, Megan, okay, look, Megan is sharing from the courtroom that the jurors are sharing their occupation, family status, how they make a living, and all that kind of stuff. I guess a kind of a getting to know you thing. I'm not sure exactly.
Icebreaker.
And Megan says that Lori is actively taking notes. So I'm
Oh, what a
guessing that they're listening to this and then they get to strike. Is that what happens?
hooker. It's like she gets to this is Lori rating people dark all over again.
Yeah, it is. Huh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, yeah, you don't make the cut. Oh, wow. I mean, it doesn't surprise me though, you know? I don't know if that's normal procedure, but it's not normal because it's Lori. So we get to chisel at her every chance. At least over here on this channel you do. You know, we welcome the snark. We don't have to discredit her really because she does it herself.
Yeah, she does. And the jurors are going to hate her.
Uh-huh. Yep. I mean, sh- ah, if she was any kind of remorseful, and she's not, we know that already, but she would not be throwing her victims under the bus every chance she gets, even in their deaths. Not her brother, though. Not her brother, which is so freaking weird.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it?
It is weird. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's like, wait, I mean,
She
here
is a
you.
vindictive.
Yes.
She really is. I mean, because when that policeman said that the day they took the death penalty off the table,
Mm,
that she went by him and winked at him like
what a
I won
bitch.
and you did not.
Oh my God.
And he said it was on, sister, whenever he saw that. It was like, okay, now it's personal.
And who said that?
I want to say it's Hermosillo.
Okay. Yeah. That's crazy. I still don't understand that, how the prosecution jacked up, and so they're like, "Okay, Lori, we're gonna remove the death penalty from you." Like, remove something from them. Like, take their stapler for a week. I don't, don't be taking no damn death penalty off of it. Ain't That was so confusing to me.
She should want the death penalty. That way she can go on and get to her next mission.
It's her demon, man. It's her demon. Right? You would think, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, if this portaling, right? This astral projecting, and I mean, if there is, let's just go there in our minds, okay? Let's just entertain this. So I mean, if she does escape at night via remote viewing, or she ain't got a closet though, so anyways, I mean, what I don't know. I don't even know what that looks like. And look, Chris says remote viewing. Haha. I'm just saying. I mean, y'all, the more like I finally listened to the live we did Sunday, and I mean, I listen to myself, see how much of an ass I was. Like at one point, I did think the screen was covering my face when I was ugly crying. I was like, oh my God, no. But anyways, and so I was just kind of listening, how Mike Stroud, he was preaching about astral projection. So is Tom Harrison. Julie and Chad were going to meet with Tom Harrison to learn how to astral project. I mean, I catch it in Julie's rhetoric all the time. She's talking about Chad thinks I'm spying on him. And that's what she's talking about too. It's not a very good example in context, but this is what they were doing. Melanie Pulaski couldn't shut up about it, wouldn't shut up about it. Neither would Lori. It's all she would talk about. And one of her motives, so to speak, to get rid of Charles was because he was blocking her gifts to do what? Astral project. So, I mean, come on now.
She's
Everything
something.
about this case is wacky. So I don't expect it to stop, I mean, I want to know what the hell this is and what they were doing. Hey Jet Set Jay. And hey, I've heard this too, that they do portals and potties. I don't know what it is. I heard it somewhere one day and I was like, what? And then it reminded me of whenever I think it was Mormon Stories podcast with Megan and Lauren and Mindy. It was like the first time they went on talking about Tom Harrison. And they said, I want to say it was Tom Harrison, they said allegedly would go in the bathroom all the time. And so that kind of makes me crack up too, you know. Yeah, look, no more remote viewing, by the way. Says her mind couldn't hemisync because of Charles. Or at least she thought, yeah, because of Charles. It's so crazy though. I mean, let's just pretend that's her motive. And another thing that she mentioned too, the other day when or yesterday when y'all said she told on herself, you know, she said that her dad had to show her how to, you know, what number to call the life insurance company. Um, you know, and I'm just like, really? Did he really? Because I mean, Chad, did he teach Chad too? I mean, Chad knew how to call the damn funeral home, make arrangements. Hey, girl, thank you. I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm kind of. I don't know. I don't know yet. I've kind of gone. I'm on the fence right now about it. I had all intentions of going, but I don't know. I don't want to give an answer right now because I want to think it through. But if I do go, or if I don't go, then you know I will go for sentencing because we know she's gonna be guilty. She's been guilty. We're just waiting on everybody to catch up, you know. But thank you so much, Fancy Nancy. Sitting on the toilet. Sitting on the toilet to open the root chakra. We need to get her a potty, what do you call that? A little potty pedestal, whatever the hell. No, we don't want to get rid of that because then it might make it ease out easier or something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's so gross. You make me laugh though. Thank you again, Nancy and Daniel. Yeah. No more remote viewing says, thank you, Tracy and Joe, for going to Lori. Yeah. I don't think like Joseph Smith, Chad LARPs much. Not anymore. The potty, squatty potty. Potty, squatty potty. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's funny. And then Lamisa says, I'm gonna keep at it regarding the life insurance angle. I'm gonna dig regarding Joe Ryan. There you go. There you go. I mean, it's just y'all. I mean, just whenever WordWise Kit, the one that you know does a basically a in-depth psychoanalysis of their writing. Okay, it's like a whole nother insight into their minds, you know, in my opinion. But that blurb that I shared on my channel that was Melanie Gibbs' book, Feel the Fire, and it was published, you know, it was published in between Tylee and JJ's deaths. And right about the same time that Barry Cox published his. And you know that Melanie Gibb self-published. So there's that tidbit. And then, but that blurb that was written about Lori and about setting Joe free, and I'm just like, oh my God, you know, this is how they talk. And if you don't think they talk in code, let me introduce you to the 1108 pages just in one Chandler Police Department, you know, investigations. They talk in code. Even Ray Hermosillo said they talk in code. I'm not telling you that, let me say it. For anybody who just doubts it, you know, I mean, look at Julie Rose. Code. Anyways, but yeah, I really think that Lori, at least that Melanie get Joe Ryan, and Lori would have been the one to tell her. And then not to mention that, she just wanted to free Tylee. She wanted to free Joe. She wanted to liberate, actually, Eplos, which is HIPLOS, one of the
Hello? You there, Crush? Hello? Crasha? Go in and out. Or maybe I should go in and out. No. Crasha, go in and out. I'm see if I'm froze or whatever. Hide the current comment. Okay, I got that going. Okay, Megan says that Prosecutor Trina Kay is now at the podium asking separate questions of the jurors. The questioning is restricted to those in the jury box. The rest still seated in the gallery. The first questions are about bias or against law enforcement, clarifying from the elective cues. 22 seconds ago, Megan says, state cue for everyone. Will anyone be biased for Miss Daybell because she's not a lawyer? Will anyone hold it against the state for objection against Miss Daybell? Will they hold the state to be at a higher standard due to her proper? So that's what they were doing to that. Let's see here. All right. So where did Cresha go? Did she go out? Yeah, she'll have to go out and come back in. Let's see what Nate say. Trina asked the jurors if they're going to hold the state to a higher burden because Lori is representing herself. The state needs to do more than the required law. None of the jurors raised their cards. Nate Eaton says Trina explains that Daybell will be charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Trina says that in this case, the state is not saying that Lori is the shooter. Trina asked if anyone will have a problem with that. That's because Lori is not the shooter. She had nothing to do with it. Nobody raises their card. Okay. So Megan says, first degree murder charge. If she's not the shooter, will you excuse her? You can infer conspiracy under the law. Can you follow the law? All are in agreement that they will comply with the law. That's good. 45 seconds ago, the state asked if they can refrain from research and discussion about the case. Number 38 indicates that she had already inadvertently seen something about the case, and they will talk to her later. Oh my goodness. Justin Lum says 52 seconds ago. Kay brings up the media attention that the case has received and asks if anyone could stop themselves if they see coverage on the news and the podcast. One person raises their card to ask if it's an accident, but clarifies that she can stop looking at further contents. So Nate says, Trina's asked if anyone will have a difficult time not telling their family about being on a jury that's on TV or on the news. None of them raised their cards. Trina talked about the use of the gun in the case, and she asked if any of the jurors were gun under 10 raised their cards. Oh my goodness. Justin says Kay brings up the media attention that the case has received and asks if anyone can stop themselves from seeing the coverage. Oh shoot. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We can't let these people get away from us. Justin Lump says, as for gun owners who will hear about the use of the gun on this case, about 10 raised their cards to confirm they're gun owners. Alex Cox shot and killed Charles, claiming self-defense. 15 seconds ago, religion comes up. Justin Lum says, Kay asked, has an issue hearing about the LDS Church or Mormonism. No one raises their card. Ooh, that is something. So religion did get asked about today. Let's see. Okay. Nate Eaton says, Trina asked if anyone had strong views on the Latter-day Saints. LDS or Mormons for or against. Nobody raises their cards. And Nate says, 13 seconds ago, your job will be to determine whether Miss Daybell is guilty or not guilty. That's your job. Is there anyone who is not willing to make that the type of decision? Nobody raises their card. Okay. Getting with it, folks. Let's see what Megan has to say over here. So, Megan Connor says the state asked about gun training and their knowledge about trajectories and other specialized training, their ownership for personal hunting and use. The state, if any jurors will have a problem finding Miss Daybell guilty, nobody will. Trina K states that this case involves the information about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Do any jurors have strong feelings for or against the church? Excuse me. None of them do. Excuse me. Now I've got the hiccups. That's not good. Excuse me. Dadgummit. Okay, Justin Lum says, now, Lori Daybell takes the podium and will ask questions to jurors. She tells them she's 51 and charged with a crime. Damn it. Do y'all hear me hiccuping? Woo. Oh, yeah, y'all. I've got the hiccups. Heavenly days. Okay, I'm gonna stop this thing and drink some Dr. Pepper. Try it again. Okay. So Megan says that where is it? Starts. Okay. Follow-up questions for Lori Daybell to the jury. She starts to introduce herself, the jury, and Judge Berinsky stops her and said, "We are asking the questions." Lori states that the jury will see a lot of family dynamics in this case, and then loses her question. Will they have difficulty understanding different family dynamics? No problem. 56 seconds ago, since Lori says that it's 100% the state's burden to prove that she's guilty. She asks if she doesn't present her case, they don't hear both sides. Can they still find her innocent? Nobody has a problem. So, Justin Lum says, Lori Vallow Daybell says there's a lot of family dynamics. She doesn't know if anyone will have difficulty understanding them. Justin says 24 seconds ago, you were brought to protect me from the state, the prosecution, and the judge and law enforcement on the state. Trina K objects. Why, yeah, you were brought to protect me from the state. Damn it now, girl. Justin Lum. Now, Lori Vallow take. Oh gosh, what's going to happen now? We got to find out. So Nate says the judge steps in and says the jury's job is to determine if the state proves its case. Lori asks if anyone feels she is not innocent right now. Nobody raises their card. Lori is putting on her glasses and taking them off while referring to the yellow notebook on the podium. Well, she's a mess, isn't she? Trina K objects. So 2 minutes ago, no. Yeah, Megan says that Lori Daybell says, ask if they think she's innocent, will they be strong enough to stand their ground with their own opinion? She mentions that she would have a problem with that. 1 minute ago, Megan says that Lori Vallow Daybell says law enforcement and everyone else are the state, so it's all of them against me. There's an objection from the state. Judge Berinsky directs the jury that it is not their job to determine after seeing the evidence. Can they do that? Yes, they can. 42 seconds ago, Lori Vallow Daybell asked if the jury can still find her innocent if the state doesn't prove their burden. They can. So Nate Eaton says 18 seconds ago, Lori asked if anyone has stepchildren or a blended family. Several raised their cards. Trina objects to the question. The judge steps in and asks the juror if he would favor or not favor defendant because Lori may or may not have a blended family. The juror says he believes in the evidence and a personal family experience won't change anything. Good heavens. So Justin Lum is talking about the same thing about the mixed families. 51 seconds ago, there was 2 objections already. Lori Vallow Daybell seems shaking by phrasing of the question, and the judge has to step in. She don't know what she's doing. Okay, let's see. So Nate says 11 seconds ago, other jurors raised their cards, but Lori moved on to the next question and she starts to ask, but then she stops and sighs. She forgot what she was doing. Oh, huzzy. Okay. Trace, how are we doing? Several sighs. Okay, let's go back over here and see what else. That's about the stepchildren. Lori says this is the case where religious beliefs might be discussed. Would you have would you have that be difficult for you? Nobody raises their cards. 32 seconds ago, Lori says the judge explains what a conspiracy. If you do not see or hear a specific agreement, then you would not be able to make a decision of guilt or innocent. She says nobody raises their card. One minute ago, one juror with a blended family says he relies on evidence and confirms he would be impartial. Lori Daybell stumbles through this question and pauses, but asks if you do not see or hear a specific agreement, then would you not be able to make a decision? No one responds. I guess she's confused the hell out of them. Nate Eaton says 31 seconds ago, is there anyone that has an understanding that the judicial system works differently than the way it's been explained to you today? Nobody raises their cards. Lori asked if anyone, excuse me, would have a prejudice if she did not testify. Nobody raised their card. Megan Connor says 27 seconds ago, Lori Vallow Daybell asked again if she does not testify, can that still be find her innocent, and would they say automatically guilty? There is no, excuse me, there is no indication. Lori ends her questioning and the parties go to a sidebar. Sidebar. Okay. Nate Eaton says 54 seconds ago, Lori is done questioning. Judge calls for a sidebar. Headphones and mics are put on the defendants, prosecution, and judge. This is done as Lori cannot approach the bench as the defendant, while none noise is played in the courtroom. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's kind of the same thing that we've already said. And Megan has got the same comment about would they be able to find her guilty if she does not, innocent if she does not testify on her behalf. And they say that nobody said that they would have a problem with that. So, okay. What now, Trace? Several signs. Lori's asking her attorney's questions. Yeah, she don't. Trace said, oh boy, she sees Megan now. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, 1 minute ago, Megan Connor says Lori Daybell, formerly Vallow, looks uncomfortable at the podium. She gets noticeably flustered twice. At one point in the middle of a question, she looks down at the podium and says, pauses for a very long minute and tucks her hair behind her ears before continuing. At one point in the proceedings, I am indifferent to Lori. I'm interested in the jurors and their responses. I am completely unaffected by her presence and her noticed or not notice of me. This is about justice for Charles. Lori does not matter. Go, Megan. Trying to, oh, excuse me, she's trying to have an eye war with Megan up there. Oh, mercy, mercy. Okay, Nate says that Lori's consulting with her advisory attorneys, and if the number of jurors removed from the groups dips below 16, there are 3 rows of potential jurors in the courtroom. Nate says 22 seconds ago, 1 juror from the group is excused. The rest of the jurors on the row of the court are dismissed too. Okay. Can't keep them all. Okay. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna mute my I am back. Everything's okay. Just my brother called, and it's my mom's phone that I've got, so I had to pass it to her. Excuse me. Now I'm coughing now that I'm back. Let's see. Let's see, Justin. The juror from one box and the rest of the jurors are dismissed. We have a jury of 16. Wow! 13 men, 3 women are seated. They are sworn in now. There are 12 jurors and 4 alternates. Well, how about that? I'm going to put that in the chat. I can't believe it. I went to dang answer the phone and they dang came up with the jury. Put that in the chat. 3 men? No, that's wrong. It's 13. I cut the, let me do this again. Damn it, man. I thought that was wrong. You know that Lori would get her some 13 men up there, y'all. "13 men, 3 women are seated. They are being sworn in now. There are 12 jurors, 4 alternates. Court is reading the charge against Vallow Daybell." Yay! Ding dong, the witch is gone. Not quite. Don't get carried away and ahead of yourself, girlie. She ain't gone yet. Okay. Megan Connor says, "We have a jury for Lori Daybell's trial. Jury 38 who had seen info about the case and all the jurors were excused. The clerk renumbered the jurors. There are 12 jurors and 4 alternates. They are overwhelmingly male, but a fair mix of ages." Megan said 57 seconds ago, "The jury is being sworn in. Instructions are being distributed. The parties prior to being read to the jury." Well, looks like, oh man, if they do this, this means, wow. To the jury. How about that?
Yay. My phone died earlier.
I didn't know what happened.
Yeah, I was like, oh crap.
Well, so that's wild that they did that.
Yeah, I went and put a pizza in the oven and came back and y'all were like, yay. I'm like, what the hell? All
Yeah.
right.
So this
Well,
will
that's
mean,
good.
yeah, this will mean that basically this will give them because we were planning on being here till Thursday, so they're going to have Wednesday and Thursday and Friday off and start back Monday. Is that what's going to happen?
I see, that's what I was gonna ask earlier too, is like, does that mean, yeah, days off, or does that mean opening statements sooner?
No, they said opening statement is on Monday.
Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, unless they have office work for them to do. I'm just picking.
I don't know, but this is the thing,
Lord.
if I had the people who have gone out there and can only stay for so long,
Yeah.
this may be all they're going to get to see.
Yeah, I mean, again, Lori needs all the help she can get. Just kidding. But yeah, Carolyn A., Lori does look a little lumpy, doesn't she, in the face? Yeah, her face is falling. Okay. All those years we thought that she never did, get work done. Fillers. And like on a receipt that my uncle turned in, to prove that or to show that $35,000 was missing out of their joint account. At the very bottom of the receipt, it has this name of this place. Anyway, so I Googled it. I mean, it doesn't even have the whole thing. Like, I don't remember how much it cost. I don't even know if it showed it, but I Googled that place and it was one of those places that does fillers and stuff. So I was like, oh, you were found out. And Uncle Charles was not in town. So yeah. Anyway, so that kind of proved it for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
craziness.
So her face is falling. She can't help it.
And it'd probably be way better off if she had never done nothing to it.
It's literal resting bitch face. I mean, I'm just saying. you know, if it's the truth, Yeah, me too.
So
Well,
what
all
is
right.
what is
Well,
Trey saying that there oh, there's some young jurors. I wondered if they're fixing to let them get out of there.
45K. What's 45K?
Where's 45K?
I don't know. Wow, 45K. I don't know. What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, Chris, what are you talking about, Chris?
She thinks she can flirt her way to a not guilty verdict, but I think a mostly male jury will be against her. I would expect that most men will empathize with Charles. That's a very good point.
Yes.
Very good point. And I mean, again, we heard, if you listened to or watched Rachel Smith be interviewed, she told this to Justin too, whenever he interviewed her, that Lori really plays up to the men. And I mean, you can see that through evidence, through this case, through the policeman, through all the things. Okay. That woman uses her body for everything, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
she just does. I never really noticed it until all this happened. So that's a good point. Huh,
All
I
right.
don't know.
Well, I guess we better break up this party and excuse me and plan for the next one.
Oh, Lamisa says her Botox is like a Florida snowbird flying south for the winter. Mm,
Ah,
Botox wore off 4.5 years ago in this lifetime. Just saying. Y'all are
Lord.
funny.
About 5 of the males are older, like retiree types,
Okay.
Trace says. Little Brand says for me to get some throat lozenges, for God's sakes.
Right, girl? I know. I'm never near the mute button when I need to be. I'm like, and I don't trust the one on my microphone because it didn't always mute.
Well, no, it doesn't. I found that out.
Yeah. So I don't know. Sama Mama or Sama Mama, I don't know how to say that. Will it go live later like yesterday? I don't think so
No, no.
because of the jurors. Like Judge Bresky did not want to show the jurors or any kind of chance of showing the potential jurors for safety. And I understand that, but I mean, if you'll go and catch up with hey Brutus, if you go catch up with uh
Sorry.
okay, with Nate Eaton or oh, okay, I gotta get my thoughts. Or Lauren on Hidden True Crime, Megan, and I think Joe Schmo too today. Even though we're supposed to do Bishop Glenn Pace on Tuesday, y'all. I guess he forgot. So I was like, well, I want to get through that, but anyways, so yeah, you can catch up with other people who were in the courtroom today. Justin might do something too. Fox 10 News. So just catch up with them. They'll, they're pretty thorough in their reporting, so that's really good. Hopefully she gets super stressed out all weekend and she gets a big bald spot from her hair falling out. Them eyebrows though. Yeah, she is no celebrity. She thinks she is though. She thinks she is. And I can't wait for her to fade away. Fade away. Well, bring it, girl. Best humor in this channel. Bring it. It's the only way I can get through it. Hey, Bethy Boop. Lori probably hasn't submitted for her exhibits. Probably not. And then she's going to blame everybody else. That is a common theme. Trey says 2 of the women have no children. They might not want any after this. Jeez. Oh, her mama's face. I'll just leave that there. My daughter, y'all. My daughter's worse than me. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let me My mom told me if I can't say nothing nice, say nothing at all. This is hard. Uh, Christian, do your parents have to travel back and forth? That's expensive. Larry's actually here. Mom is over there. And but yeah, they do. And it is expensive. It is very expensive. Um, but I think that they get reimbursed somewhat. I don't really know the details of that. I've never contacted, services. I've looked them up, but I never filled them out. I'm like, I ain't no damn victim. But I mean, it's still, I'm not the right relation, because I'm Charles's niece. I'm not a brother, sister, mother, father, son, or daughter. And with JJ, I am his aunt, but with the way that Lori adopted JJ, it made him my cousin, if that makes sense legally. So it's just whatever. You have to be this related in order to be um, a quote unquote a victim. So kind of the same thing I got whenever I actually reached out for help, you know, to a group that would, a grief group. And I didn't even realize right away that, they basically they were just like, no, you have to be a brother, sister, mother, father, grandma, grandfather. You couldn't be a niece and an aunt. So, but they didn't even point me in the right direction. And that hit me like a ton of bricks when it did dawn on me. And I'm like, they didn't even point me in the right direction or any direction. They were just like, no, sorry. Sorry, neighbors. So, very serious group, Trey says. All right. I mean, jurors are really smart. They really are. They're just like me. They're just like you, everyday people. And thanks, X-Files. About which part? Because I mean, I can go and go and go and go and go. I'm sure a lot of us can. 100%. They wouldn't want to have children after this one, right? But like, well, I did learn that from Rachel's interview where Nate asked if they would be talking about the details of the kids and Tammy, and she was like, most likely no. This is going to be focused on Charles. The evidence, was huge, and that's really what Rachel said she wanted to see, was just more into the planning and conspiring into murdering Charles, which is where allegedly it started. It could have started with Joe. I mean, it definitely, again, if by some weird odd chance that Lori and had nothing to do with Joe's death, which I mean, anyways, we all think so. We all think she had something to do with it. If then she still murdered him. She murdered Joe Ryan spiritually. Like she is a freaking life vampire. She sucks the life out of people, especially those she renders as her enemies. And the crazy thing is, you don't know you're her enemy. You don't know. It's a silent little battle that, like they wage war against you and you have no idea. You just think it's a a regular Tuesday, but it's not. It's Satan Taco Tuesday, you know? It's crazy. That's just so cheap. It's so trashy. It's so just unfair. Like pick on people that with a fair chance to whoop your ass, if they needed to. But, oh, and I had a question from earlier. How do we know that Lori is not the shooter? Okay. Just saying. I don't even know where that came from, but that's when my phone went dead. No cameras today, Trace says. Thank you so much, Trace. We really appreciate you. And, we are here for Charles, not Lori. Thank you, THX. Oh, hey, 11:38.
So
I mean, I can, but I just don't know what, I don't know. I'll think about it. Good advice. Good advice. I just don't know what to do. I don't know what it would do, you know. And of course, you're gonna say, of course you wouldn't know what to do, Kresha, if you don't ever ask. Sorry, Jason just put his foot on me. He's sleeping. But um it is. It is. It's really weird. And I know that's very I don't have a better term or descriptor. It changes on a day by day basis. Was that a baby?
Oh, this is Garfield the cat has come got my lap.
Oh,
He's
yes,
loud
it
as the
is.
dog. What are you doing, Garfield?
Let me say yes, it is. I know he got me. I was like, oh crap, who is this person? You know, talking about Chris. And no, they're going to be brought up. They're just not going to go into the egregious details of the thing, of their deaths and stuff. I mean, allegedly, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Lori is a freaking loose cannon. Like Uncle Charles said, she has lost her marbles and she's nonsensical. And he is 144,000% correct. I believe him. I believe him. Nobody believed him. I do. I believe him.
Excuse me again.
So,
All
all right.
right. I'm
Thank you,
guessing that I
Donna.
better get off of here and see about these people around this house.
Go do your nightly security
Chores.
checks. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I'm
And
about to have to get this out
okay.
there.
All
Well,
right.
thank you so
Well,
much for doing this, Donna. And
yes, and
I was,
thank everybody for showing up with us and staying with us.
yeah, I really appreciate it. Exactly. They don't know because they didn't test her for gunpowder residue. They don't know. And so I don't know who asked that question. It was the juror, I don't know if Lori asked the question to the jurors or if the prosecutor did, but I'll have to go back and listen to see. But you're right. I mean, and F mom is who brought that part up for me a couple weeks ago. Just we don't know. We
No.
don't know. We just assume, and because he said so, but we don't know. We don't know. But thank you so much. Yeah, long crime. It's
They're
too many people.
they're getting loud over here, so I'm gonna back out
I'm glad.
and
Oh, I mean, I'm not glad you're backing out. I'm glad. I guess it's Sama Mama. Tell me how to say it. Sama Mama, Sama Mama. But Long Crime Chat sucks. This is a good chat, and Hidden True Crime has a good chat. My two faves. That's awesome. Thank you for being here. I'm Charles Vallow's niece, Tylee Ryan's step cousin, and JJ was my nephew. Um, my parents are Kay and Larry Woodcock, and my brother Todd is actually JJ's biological dad. So that's who I am. Well, that's not who I am, but that's how I fit in this crazy family. Okay. And I've been on this, I mean, ever since I found out that Charles was murdered on July 12th, 2019. It was the day after Charles was murdered. I didn't find out, nor did my family, at least our side, until Lori had texted my cousins, Charles's sons, and they I think it was Cole that got a hold of mom. And anyways, I happened to be right there, and then I found out, and I have really literally started researching, pulling background checks and everything on July 13th. I found out he died July 11th. July 12th I found out. July 13th I started digging, and I've not stopped since. So yeah, Joe Schmo is doing a live tonight. But not about the paste memo with me. So I was thinking, I guess, I don't know. This is going to be a really tricky time now because I'm going to be trying not to step on anybody's damn toes. or being railroaded, you know. So I was really looking forward to that though, because it's so relevant. I even thought about doing it just by myself. You know, going a little more over the pace memo and um yeah, I feel like he was ambushed too, y'all. I mean, a lot of us feel that way. Hey, Miss Dora, reading jury instructions. Says Trace. We're still here. Y'all still at the courthouse? No, it wasn't last night. Let me say it's Tuesdays. If it is today, damn Tuesday. I mean, am I crazy? I mean, I did sleep a lot yesterday. uh, yes, it's Tuesday. Today would have been my mom's birthday. Today is Jen's birthday. I know that much. And it's April Fool's Day. Or was that yesterday? No, it's today. Y'all, I suck with dates. I suck with time. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. Say it for everyone in the back. Chad always wins. There you go. I like that. Oh, and I gotta bring some more. I've been working on emojis and stuff. I just haven't uploaded them. But you know, y'all leave some suggestions for some emojis y'all want. I know we want a zapper. How about a remote to a zapper? You know, how about a remote? No remote viewing, but we'll remote zap your ass. Lori. Um, Jury instructions today seems early for opening next week. I don't really know. I don't know what that means. Jury instructions today. You mean like it seems early for jury instructions today? I have no idea. I just follow all the smart people, you know. I'm gonna get my pizza out the oven. All right, so maybe first day on Monday. I don't know. Be careful, everyone down south. Stay safe and sound mind. Amen. Right? Thank you, Lamisa. That means a lot to me. That really does mean a lot to me. I feel like I'm always walking into a damn brick wall. And yes, a remote or a lightning bolt or both, right? Jokes on Loho. All day, all day. Tw- all day, twice on Satan Taco Tuesday. In memory of the raccoons erroneously blamed, right? And you know, some people probably look down on it, but my humor, that's just how I am, you know. So I'll find every damn raccoon, and I do. I have them. I have them because it's just like, you know, it's so insidious. It's so evil, you know. It's just like, what? That's what they do. They dehumanize their victims. They kill them, their character and everything before they actually freaking kill them. Then that's all they have to go on. They have no evidence of, you know, no wrongdoing or anything like that. And sorry, I'm doing stuff. You know, they don't have anything, so they go after the character, and that has been I mean, that has you can see that from Joseph Smith's time. He would character assassinate everybody. So I'm just saying, I'm not blaming him or the church. I'm just saying birds of a feather flock together. Monkey see, monkey do. And there sure is a whole lot of that. So all we can do is pray for them people, you know. But all right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna you spit your fireball out. I used to drink fireball like a crazy woman. Drink one for me. It's been since 2018. Fire. Yeah. Monday is the day. All right. Well, maybe tomorrow during the day or something we can do some pace memo or I don't know, since nothing will really be going on, I guess, allegedly. with the court. So if y'all will join me, I would love to have you, and we can discuss this a little further and tie in some more things, some more parallels. Goodness, there are plenty, you know. So, all right. Thank you again, Trace. Thanks again, Joe Schmo, if you run by here. And just me, I love you too. And Rombo, I love you guys. Y'all, justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. My uncle said, love always wins. And you're like, how? How? He ended up dead. His kids ended up dead. It just does. It will. And it has. So love always wins. You are proof of this. Bye, guys. I actually have to end it. I just bounced out. All right. Ha ha ha. That is crazy. Anyways, right? Been doing this since 2021. Runs out on stream. All right. Bye, guys.